Hello, everyone. What's up? You guys hear me? Man, hold on. Let me have some coffee here. Oh, for every minute Dev is late, Trump's innocence increases. How's it going, guys? Thanks for all the super chats from before. I know a lot of them are just about Lady Columbia getting banned from the Discord for being dumb. What's going on, dude? Another Lady Columbia $5 here. Just because it takes longer doesn't mean it's a better product. Every quick shot after a girl does a 1 minute tug. Um, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I know everyone's like, listen, the guys with the best stamina can fuck for hours. Yeah, dude, but like, listen, if you can just like get your nut in like a minute or less and just boom, just be out of there, man, it's so efficient, isn't it? How were they banned? They were banned for like spamming the Discord with plap 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 like all night last night, and I was like, dude, don't do that again. Oh man. So what's going on, everyone? What's the scoop? Chat, fill me in on what are you doing. Fill me in on what you're doing real quick while I have to do something about the stream behind the scenes. Can you hear me typing? I'm typing away real quick. Hold on, sorry. Ah, delicious. Coffee's good. Coffee's always good. Sorry about this, guys. Sorry. Okay. Also, hi Artemis and hi Zontar. What's going on, guys? Hi Indirect Soder. Hi all the names that I recognize. Jiggy Calzone. What's up, dude? Adherent to Lady Columbia, $2. I enjoy mild bouts of utter retardation. Well, don't don't get yourself banned. Major Pork. Thanks for the membership for 16 months. Old School Gaming is base. Just finished Final Fantasy 3 and DQ2 on to DQ3. We'll finish all of them eventually. Awesome, dude. That's great. Artemis Fowl, $2. You want strangers to fill you in? Yes. Yes, I do. Holtznader, $5. Hey, Dev, how's it going? Also, you should be able to fack for hours and get yourself off. I'm going to be honest. Having sex is fun sometimes, but when you're going for like too long, it's like, can I go do something else? It's not that you get tired, it's that you get a little bit bored. Because like this is a okay. Tereshchenko for $5. Thank you. No, Shevchenko, right. On a business trip to South Korea. No visual on the North's garbage balloons yet. Well, enjoy yourself, dude. Enjoy. $2 from Brother Doom. What kind of coffee you drinking? So, speaking of the coffee, hold on. Oh man. Okay, so we bought protein coffee. Believe it or fucking not, protein coffee from Costco. And it's kind of strange. I don't know if I'd buy it again. Here, I'll pull a picture up of it, okay? Where's the... That's not the right display. Okay, here. So, I want to try it out because it's a protein shake, 20G protein, but it's also cold brew coffee. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I'd become an actual regular drinker of this stuff, but I wanted to try it. So I tried it, and it's okay. I'm not sure I'm not sure I would have it again. It's milk protein, not soy protein. I hate that shit. Boost. Gave it a go. I'm enjoying it. I wouldn't buy it again, even though like it was on sale and it's still not worth it, you know. But it was a nice little treat to try out for once. You know what I mean? Holtner, $5. There's definitely something satisfying about looking up at the clock and seeing that it's been hours and that she came a bunch of times. Okay, that's true, yes. But like if I was spending, I don't know, like multiple hours every day on that, I'd be like, I gotta peace out on this shit. You know, I can't it's not that I can't, it's that it just kind of becomes boring, do you know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't know about this one, guys. You can't do the same thing forever. Zontar, $10, thank you. I can't work for you since my job and family situation is too good where I'm at, but I'm willing to drive to your studio once a month on a weekend to record a dumping. They're not called dumpings anymore. And a guest on a Game Boomers. They're not called gamers anymore. God damn it. But sure, you can drop by if you're like, I'm okay with that, Zontar, of course. $5, Artemis Fowl. Did you see that the Arizona governor has had criminal complaints filed against her for engaging in election fraud? No, I haven't. Let's take a look. Was it April 25th, 2024? Meadows and Giuliani among the indicted in Arizona. Hold on. This is not what you're talking about, right? Because this is... Okay. Arizona governor. Election fraud. I can't find what you're talking about, Artemis. You'll have to send it to me. Sorry, dude. Adhere to Lady Columbia, $2. Eating her away keeps the divorce away. Dev, who am I voting for? Oh, Poilievre, of course. Absolutely, dude. 100% voting for Poilievre. Oh, man. So, chat, what's going on? What's the scoop? Oh, yes. The reason that I'm doing this today is because I'm going to be going on Metal's show tomorrow at 11 a.m. So I won't be here. That's why I'm doing this today instead of tomorrow. It's not about The Acolyte. It's about the movie, what's it called? Late Night with the Devil. Who's Metal? Metal is one of the EFAP guys. He does like an EFAP style show on his own channel. He's also on EFAP proper. Can I get his channel here? Okay, I can send it over to you guys. Yeah. This guy here. Naomi and I saw Late Night with the Devil a few months ago. If you guys watch my side channel where I post like movie vlogs, You probably watched us talk about it there. And he invited me on, and I was like, yeah, sure. I think I came on his channel a few weeks back. Let me look. Hold on. How far back? Like, a lot of the same guests go on Metal's channel as EFAP because it just seems like it's the same kind of crew, like the same group. Yeah, that's right. A month ago, I did a stream with them talking about Stellar Blade. Mahler was supposed to be there, but he didn't finish the game in time. Boo. Oh, I really enjoyed Late Night with the Devil, actually. Mrs. T and CJers with JXE. Here's the thing. I would actually like to talk to JXE, but I'm not sure JXE would want to talk to me. But I think that'd be a fun conversation. You know what I mean? I mean, you guys know I'm down to talk to anyone, right? Like, I think even though Melanie Mack, for example, has been quite polite to me personally, I think some of her views on gay and trans people are kind of fucking out there. You know what I mean? But I would still talk to her despite like very hardcore disagreeing with her on that issue, you know? Jay is a nice boy. Is Jay a boy? I thought Jay was doing a transitioning thing. Listen, I don't fucking know, okay? Melanie Mack is just based. Mack is the best. I don't know about that shit, guys. Hold on a second here. Like, here. Real quick. You know, when Melanie Mack says transgender isn't real, the people identifying as such are almost entirely perverts and autistic people groomed into it. The issue ultimately is that it's that there are definitely some who are this, and it's just cope if you don't agree. Like, if you're like, no, you're just being stupid. But the answer is obviously no. Like, no. Being transgender, aka having gender dysphoria, is a real phenomenon. There are people who have it, and they're legitimate, and they're not perverts, and they're not autistic people who have been groomed. All right? This does happen. All right? It's coping when you say that it doesn't. But this idea that this is what trans people just are, no. I don't think she lied because she genuinely believes it, but she is factually incorrect. And a lot of her takes seems to be she seems to be factually incorrect. That being said, you know, despite being LGBTQ myself, she's always been polite whenever I've talked to her. And I would love the opportunity to have a good faith, you know, non-screeching, slap down debate with her on these things. Because we when we spoke for like an hour after one of the Side Scrollers episodes, I got her to come around pretty quickly to some, you know, reasonable positions that I don't think she would currently publicly say, but they are true. God damn it. My throat's kind of fucked. Okay, hold on. So, listen, do you guys remember earlier, maybe like a month ago or maybe 2 months ago, I said there was an echo in this room that like suddenly appeared? It's not an echo. I can hear it right now. Do you know what it is? The specific like vibration frequency of my voice is making something metal in the room hum. You know what I mean? Like, you take like a tuning fork and you whack it on one side, and the other side starts vibrating too, and you get like a woo woo woo. You know what I mean? Like, you get like a vibration, and you can make them vibrate by hitting them with certain pitches. I think my voice, like the actual specific timbre of my voice at this point, because my voice has becoming more deep and more gravelly. I have an appointment with like a throat doctor to see if I've fucked my voice up by doing this, by making content for so long, you know, like, because I really do, like, I record quite a bit sometimes. So it's like, you know, did I destroy my vocal cords or something? Because my voice definitely sounds gravelier than it used to, and I'm wondering if I'm just aging, or if it's just if it's actually a problem. But basically, like, at this point, my voice has become a certain timbre or a certain frequency or whatever, and whenever I speak loudly enough, I can hear a metal hum right after my words ended. It goes, like my voice just hit something metal in the room and made it resonate. Do you know what I mean? But like what is metal in my room that would do this? Like, I don't know. It's on my doorbell. It's not coming through. Well, that's good. Have I been eating pennies? Fuck you. Fuck you, Luke. Oh, wait. Hold on. My boom arm is the shape. Oh, my God. Hold on. Here, I have one of those normal Rode boom arms that everyone has. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like the very normal, like, podcaster one. Here, I'll pull it up. Like this guy here. I've got one of these. And it has like two pieces of metal that are parallel, like a tuning fork. Oh my God, is that what's doing it? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna like yell into my boom arm, not to my mic. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. No, it's not that. Hey. Okay, it might actually be my boom arm. Oh my God, how do I fix this? Oh my God. Hello. Hey. Can you guys even hear me? Like, I'm just talking at my, like, directly up to my fucking my boom arm. Where were you when Dev finally went senile? Wrap cloth around it. Oh, is it? Oh, that's right. I've seen people that put like cloths around them sometimes. Like, maybe I should do that. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, listen. I took off my shirt. Okay? I took off my shirt. I'm gonna like drape my shirt over it. Oh my God. Hold on. Okay, how about this? Hello? Test. Yeah, it's gone. That's what it fucking is. Oh my God. Now your fat will vibrate. Fuck you. Okay, I'll need to like find a solution to this problem, I guess. Well, to be honest, like I am still moving. That is now happening. Like, wait, I can still hear the vibration. Why? Why? Okay, hold on. Oh my fucking God! You guys can't even hear this, can you? Can you guys even hear this vibration at all? Okay. Test. Final solution. Fuck you. Oh. I found it. Oh my God. Oh my God, I found it. It's not. Get the shirt out of here. It's not that. Hold on. Okay. Here, we're gonna do story time, fellas. Okay. Okay, hold on. Here, we're gonna do some story time. Here's my current room setup, like my desk setup, okay? So like there's like, hold on, I should probably just draw it, eh? Okay. Fine. Yeah, good enough. Okay, so there's like a wall, and then the corner of the room's here. Okay? And then let's say like my desk is like here. That's too long. My desk is here, right? And so I sit here. I've got two large curved monitors like this. And this one's actually pretty close to the wall. So, and there's the gap here between them is not huge, but it's like maybe the width of my hand, you know, like sideways. And then over here, off the side of the desk, is like a tall shelf that goes up, like up almost to the ceiling. And then above these two monitors, like here's the monitors, right? Above these two monitors are shelves attached to the wall. Like this is like a standing bookshelf here, and these are like planks that are screwed into the wall to be shelves all the way up. And then sitting on them I have like books, and actually I have more monitors up here as well, but also books. So this space in here, you guys know what I mean? This space in here, behind the two main monitors and underneath the shelf, is blocked in on all six sides because there's the desk, the shelf, the wall, the back wall, the monitors. And it's an empty space back there. I just like I keep like random shit back there. There's like a portable hard drive back there. There's like a laptop back there for when I travel. There's like random junk back there, right? It's just storage. But it's mostly an empty space. And when I'm sitting here talking, because the mic is right here, because like the boom arm goes like this, you know, to the back, and that connects. I'm speaking, and it's going in through the hole, and then bouncing around in here. You guys know what I mean? I mean, the thing is, I'm still moving. I'm moving in like less than a month now, so I'll just live with it. But I'm happy in the 11th fucking hour I figured out what was going wrong. I mean, you guys can't hear it, right? Well, at least that's solved. Here, let me let me read this some super chats here. $5 from Real Holtzner. Rags is to V what XQC is to Ethan Klein. How dare you make me agree with this other person? What do you mean by that, Holtzner? I don't exactly know what's going on there. But thank you. Holtzner, $5. How many people do you think identify as trans, and how many percent are mostly a social contagion? Well, here's the thing: the social contagion people still identify as trans, right? The issue is whether or not they're legitimately trans. From before the current wave of like progressive, I don't know, trans activism pushing it in places, the rate of being trans was like 0.01%, right? So that means that in a country like the United States with 330 million people, you might have like 3 to 4 million trans people. In a country like Canada, you might have something like 400,000 trans people. It's considered relatively rare by statistics. So 0.01%, which means that that when you see like parents who say all of my kids are trans, I don't fucking buy it. When you see classrooms where like half the kids in the class are trans, I don't fucking buy it, right? Like by those statistics, you should have like one trans person per school at the most. You know what I mean? That's 1%, you mong. Oh yeah, right. Fair enough. My bad. It'd be like 30K. Yeah. But so yeah, like it's very clear that there's a bunch of social contagion people out there right now. There's also a lot of like widening of the term for political reasons, like oh you're a tomboy, you're trans now. Oh you're not. Fuck off. You know, fuck you. Um, but there's also legitimate trans people out there, and to lump in the the real people with the real problems with all of like the weird larpers, I think that's disingenuous, and I think people do that for political reasons, and I think that's just as bad as claiming everything as trans is to deny the actual real trans people. $2 from Colombia. Dev's screeching makes metal cringe. He's literally Magneto. Thanks, man. Hold on a second. Stop deep throating so much, your throat will heal. Fuck you! I'm not doing any deep throating. Thanks for all the advice about the mic, though, guys. I appreciate it. Highland Juggalo, $20. Stop using hashtag not all when the majority is usually the bad actor side. I don't care if 20% are good. If 80% have issues, a hammer needs to come down. Same problem with Islam and the majority of them passively agreeing with Hamas. That's true, Hylian Juggalo, until you say not all men. Right? Then not all actually kind of becomes needed. So yes, we do have to judge people individually, right? That's ultimately what you have to do, because if you have a population that disproportionately commits a certain crime, you still cannot say because you are a member of that population you have committed that crime and I will judge you for it. So, well, no, has he done it or not? That's the important part. Have you done it or not? Hey, Become the Night. How's it going, man? Terashevenko, that concludes today's lecture on resonance. Thanks the $2, dude. Dev's final solution to the mic struggle. Thanks, Fondue. Taras Shevchenko, $5. Is today's social fad of being trans the first such to involve mass self-medication? It might actually be. I'm trying to think. Because like punks didn't self-medicate. I mean, they got like stoners got high all the time. That's kind of the same, but not really. Yeah, I'm not sure if there was something that was I'm sure there were people who self-medicated, but not something that was quite so integral to their identity as trans people, with possibly the exception of stoners, because using their drug is also integral to their identity, right? So I'm not sure. Maybe not. Artemis sent me the information on Arizona. Thanks, dude. As always, I appreciate it. Okay, let's take a look here real quick. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so let's look at it briefly, I guess. In a new Ninth Circuit filing, 4 state GOPs These are the 4 states. Along with Maricopa, GOP submitted amicus briefs in support of a bombshell finding of a fraud in the court by Katie Hobbs, Adrian Fontes, AZSOS, and Maricopa elections. Defendants defrauded the courts. The Circuit Court of Appeals is the proper venue to correct the fraud. Compelling new evidence that upends the Ninth Circuit opinion in the underlying Kerry Lake Mark Fincham case found that Hobbs, Fontes, okay. Use of certified machines. Arizona used illegal voting computer software that was altered and not approved by the U.S. Elections Commission, and they lied about it. Logic and accuracy testing. Arizona lied to the courts about testing the voting computers and never tested any of the 449 voting computers used by Arizona, instead only testing 4 spares not used. Okay, so this is going to court, it seems, because this is the filing. We'll see where it goes. See, I know, Artemis, you often have a "this is it, guys" kind of view on these things, but I don't. For me, I want to see where this court filing goes personally. What evidence will they actually bring to court? How will the defendants respond? This is like people who say, if you're talking about this, you are an election denier and you're like a MAGA Trump supporter. Yeah, that's fucking retarded, obviously. But I'm also not going to sit here and say that this is the smoking gun that will completely destroy the Democrats. It's like, no. Let's see where this goes. It's interesting. Let's think about it. I'm a religious fanatic. What the fuck are you talking about? But there we go. Okay. Thanks for sending to me, though. As always, I enjoy seeing this stuff, even if I do end up not necessarily agreeing. $5 from Fondue. Thank you, dude. But Dev, fascismus is around the corner. If we don't groom, we will lose the election. I don't buy it. Thank you, though. $10 from Real Holtznader. I'm not arguing that there aren't legitimate trans people, but I am going to say if 99% of trans-identifying people were socially pushed that way, we need to do something with that. Yes, we do. Agreed. If that is the case, completely agree, yeah. Karma's Camera, did you hear that Game Science, the Black Myth Wukong developers, had IGN making libel after they rejected the Western consultation to the tune of $7 million? No, I did not. I have not kept up with that story. I don't know what's going on there, man. Like, what's the deal? Fartimus Owl. Okay. Is this gonna be the new? Is this gonna be the new troll guy? Fartimus Owl, $20. Hey, Dev. If you look at this one specific piece of evidence, and only this one specific piece of evidence, tilt your head and squint your eyes, you'll see that I'm right, you're wrong, and you smell. Thanks, man. Thanks, Fartimus Owl. Fading Fast for £5. Afternoon, Dev. Hashtag Rags did nothing wrong. Seriously, though, I always knew you guys role-playing would be a shit show. Just not this bad. Shame. Yeah, so Arch and I both said before the RP started, listen, Rags and Kibs, don't mix. Rags and V, don't mix. All right? So Sargon, if you're going to choose people, please don't choose people who don't mix. And it's not all Rags' fault. He's not innocent, but he's also not completely guilty. And so we told Sargon, Arch and I both said this to him. And Sargon basically said, well, no, I want to invite all my friends. And we're like, okay. Okay, dude, sure. Invite all your friends, dude. That'll work. The issue is that when Rags was the wrong party, he was kind of passive-aggressive, and he was trying to stop people from doing what they wanted to do. And sometimes it was reasonable because his character would stop them, and sometimes it wasn't reasonable. Like when Arch wanted to use the ram on the chest was one of those times when it was unreasonable. So Rags is an innocent. He's my friend. Don't get me wrong, but he was not perfect in this. But with V, when V's wrong, V is explosive. V is explosively wrong. All right, because V is not passive aggressive. V is aggressive aggressive. V fucking explodes. And like sometimes it's funny. I know everyone likes the spur goats and everyone's laughing in the chat, and I get it. But it does sometimes also derail the game, and sometimes quite badly. They just did not have meshing personalities. The issue ultimately is that when push came to shove, it was V who walked out of the game. He blew up quite irrationally, I think. He walked out of the game. Sargon spent like a half hour during the game trying to get V back. And V kept saying, no, I don't want to. No. This is like, and we were live at this point, like, which is, I don't know, it's a little bit unprofessional. I know that sounds hilarious coming from me, but it was a little bit unprofessional. And then V came back in to the stream to shriek at Rags about how much he hates him, which was like that is now over the line. It's not about the game anymore. Now V is being ridiculous, right? And this is something I've told him directly, so this is not anything crazy. Like I told him, like, listen, V, you went way too fucking far. So we like the issue ultimately is that, oh my god, my throat. I told you guys I'm destroying my voice. Oh my god, hold on. I need some water. Give me a second. Here, hold on. I'm getting water. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so when it came down to the final analysis, it was V. Oh, hey, Janix66, what's up, man? When it came down to the final analysis, it was V who walked, right? Like, they both had their problems, and neither of them were perfect, and like you could critique both of them, but at the end of the day, it was V who walked, right? V left the game. V exploded out of the game. And then when we came back, it was V who was there and Rags who wasn't, right? Conventional wisdom says, if you're the one to leave the game, you're the one who's out of the game, right? Because you're the one who left. And I don't think Rags was treated well at all. I think that was the wrong choice for Sargon to make. I've told him as such, by the way. I told him I very much disagree with what you've done here. I know that the other three just wanted to like cover the drama up. They didn't want to talk about it. I said, no. You can't just pretend that Rags wasn't here. You can't just pretend that Rags is fine with this, because he wasn't. When Sargon said on the stream, Rags has graciously decided to step aside, that wasn't true. Rags did not graciously decide to step aside. He was thrown out, and he did not want to be. And he definitely viewed it as a betrayal of their friendship. Rags was booted, yeah. So I played a session of the game, and to be honest, after those events, my heart just isn't in it anymore. So I'm also going to be done with the RP, which is a shame, because I enjoyed the story. I understand that position, Hitek Alchemy, that you prefer V to Rags because V is more fun to listen to. Like, if you find V more entertaining on stream, that's a reasonable position to hold, because sometimes you like to see a chaos goblin like blowing things up. Fair enough. There's a lot of fun in that. But in terms of who got screwed over, what was the right thing to do morally, I don't think that what Sargon chose was the right thing. Now, I can see his point of view, right? Because he said that V is my friend, and I'm loyal to him. and I'm better friends with V than I am with Rags, and it was a hard decision, but that is how it goes. And fair enough. If you value loyalty as one of your primary virtues, I understand that position, but it's not my position, right? I value loyalty a lot, but it also depends on who is actually wrong. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, the fact that Rags was kicked out, the fact that nobody wanted to address it, and I had to insist that they address it, and V was getting angry that, like, V was angry on the show and off the show that I was like, no, we must address this. It's the right thing to do to address it. And V's like, no, just keep going. No. It's like, no, V, no. Like, he's been fucked here. We have to at least talk about it. And the fact that V got mad both on and off show about that. Arch is remaining neutral in all of it because Arch doesn't have any sort of friendship with Rags. In fact, I don't think they really like each other, but it's not active hatred like with Arch and V. But also Arch believes that, like, Arch also believes that, like, V was also acting like a woman as well. So Arch has thrown up his hands. He's like, fuck it, this is all ridiculous. Like, Arch is the guy who, like, throws the papers into the air and walks out of the room, right? He's just, like, done with the whole thing. He's washed his hands of it. But V was very insistent that we not talk about it. And I said, no, that was wrong. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. And which is why I even though V, like, complained about it, I pushed Sargon into making a statement. And I think it was the right thing to do. So yeah, I told them yesterday that I left the campaign. I mean, like on some level it is dumb. Like, it's just a D&D campaign. Like, who cares? Like, I understand that point of view as well. I know that's Naomi's point of view because she's been also following all the drama. But even though the stakes are low, it is still the right thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's strange to say, but, like, given the huge history I have with Sargon, I'm probably, all things considered, everything, added up, I'm probably better friends with Sargon than I am with Rags. But I don't think Sargon was right here. I think he made a massive mistake. And Rags got unjustly fucked for it. And I don't want to be a part of that, basically. Do you know what I mean? So Rags out of the game, I'm out of the game. If for some reason this burns the bridge and I never get invited back to a game, fine. I'll live with it, but it's the right thing to do. I think you did the right thing, Dev. Well, thank you, Titch. Okay. What's next? Thanks for the super chat, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh wait, did Sargon block Denziel? Oh, okay. Tereshchevenko. Oh my god, I scrolled away. Oh, okay. Tereshchevenko, $10. With the far left currently 1 foot into Final Solution territory, is this a case of revealed opinions that they always had, or was there something that activated them to swing their views on the Jews? Here's the thing. The far right hates Jews because they view Jews as not being white. The far left hates Jews because they view Jews as being white. That's basically that's the difference there. All right, they otherwise make the exact same calculations, but that's the difference. They were always this. Yes, the far left was always extremely anti-Jewish in the final calculation. It just needed to shake out, right? I was talking to Kraut about this in private a few days ago. Kraut and I had a call talking about, like, some YouTube stuff, and I mentioned that I saw a video of, it was a black guy who was very clearly a part of Antifa, and he was giving a speech at some, like, pro-Palestine event, and he said, listen, once we can dismantle Israel, that will be the first real blow against dismantling international capitalism. And I said to Kraut, like, listen, dude, like, this is a very far left person, but he's saying the same thing that the Nazis did. And Kraut pointed out they have different motivations, and that's true. They have some different motivations, but they nonetheless arrive at the same conclusion, and they nonetheless do the same things. So it is important to point out that, like, horseshoe theory is definitely quite real. Snardigan, $2. Is Windows getting worse, or was it always bad? It's getting worse, and it was always bad. It's both. Artemis Fowl, $5. Thanks again, man. This wouldn't be the first time I've had people impersonate me online. Though they used to get on live streams with people. Listen, I'm pretty sure Fartimus Owl is not a real impersonation attempt, dude. But thank you very much, man. Let's keep scrolling here. Brother Doom, $5. I can't watch the RP anymore. Haven't since the Robin Hood arc. I like y'all, but like you said, some of you can't mix. Well, don't worry. I won't be on it going forward. Yeah, it's just... It's like I said, you know, adding up all the various histories up until that moment. Like, all my history and interactions with Rags measured against all of my histories and interactions with Sargon up until the moment of V leaving the campaign, like those two time periods, I'm closer friends with Sargon, but Sargon's like completely in the wrong here, and I think he did something quite bad. I do not approve. Dev does not approve of this. Artemis Fowl asks, for $2, how mad was Rags, and what did Rags say? Rags was very mad, and he basically said that he got screwed over. I think he did. Someone asks, I hope you can still be friends. I have a feeling that V is already just done with me, which I don't like the feeling of, but if doing the right thing burns bridges, then that's how it is. If doing the right thing burns bridges, that's how it is. Also, V, to be honest, V's been like gunning for me for like a year now anyway. I know it's half in jest and half not, but there's always like videos coming out on his channel where he's like, here's why Dev is wrong about this thing. And I'm just like, dude, you could have asked me, you know? We could have had a stream. You could have, you know, there's ways, as a friend, there's ways we could have done this without you making a drama video to farm me. And every time I confronted him with it, he was like, oh, sorry. But then, like, he'd make another video, and it's like, well, okay. At some point, you just kind of get tired of that, you know? I don't know how Sargon feels about it. I think he's angry. Arch is remaining neutral and piecing out. And actually, I talked with him a fair bit about the whole thing. So Arch and I are still on good terms. Though, I mean, I also disapprove that Arch didn't want to bring it up. But I think of the three of them, Arch is probably the most innocent. You know what I mean? God damn it. Maybe I need to have, like, tea instead of coffee or something. Ugh. Rusta for $2. Thanks, man. How much for you to watch the Killer Bean movie? I don't even know what that is. The Killer Bean movie? Thanks for $2. I don't know what the movie is, though. Sorry. Slams Wild, $2. What's your take on Project 2025? Is it baloney? Yes. Yes, it is. I know that like left wingers are like, oh my god, if Trump wins, he's going to implement Project 2025. But Project 2025 was made by some like right wing advocacy group that Trump's campaign has not even endorsed. It's just like what they want Trump to do, but there's no guarantee he'll do it. And in fact, Trump has his own list of things that he wants to do that are in conflict with Project 2025. So I don't think that's the I don't think that's going to happen, frankly. $2. Artemis Fowl. Is Kraut making moves again? He's making videos. That's what he's doing, man. He's always making videos. Highly and Juggalo, $5. So if both the extremes agree on something, that means it's the ultimate correct opinion. Not necessarily. In fact, usually if both extremes agree on something, it's because they both hate the center and therefore they're wrong. $2, Lady Columbia. Thank you. All men secretly want a gentle mommy wife. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Major Pork. Wally, thanks for the 49 Mexicans. Good friends call you out on your bullshit. Very true. Thank you. Jiggy Calzone for $5. Dev, you seem to mesh well in any group I've seen you in. Not everyone is going to have some amicable personality, sadly. Have you played Seablip? I do. I haven't played Seablip, sorry, no. But I do mesh well in every group that I'm in because I understand like when is the time to actually fight about something and when is the time to just, let minor slights go and kind of just go with the flow. And, if someone makes like a minor joke, it's not a big deal. You don't got to bluff about it. You don't got to like stand on honor and principle every single fucking time. Like sometimes the higher principle is to just be chill and not start fights, So I do mesh well in any group that I'm in. But also, I definitely have like some core principles that I think will push people away. A good example of that was, it's like I said, me in that conversation with Melanie Mack at the end of Side Scrollers, when I said to her, like, hey, listen, here's why I think you're wrong on this, this, and this. We were very polite, I wasn't just going to like screech at her like, you're an evil person and like be a Puritan about it, right? But I said, no, I think you're wrong about this. And the fact that I was polite otherwise is what allowed me to talk to her. If you come in with both barrels blazing, screaming that the other person's evil, they're not going to listen to you. There's no chance to actually change their mind in anything. You know what I mean? So you have to measure. You have to balance it very carefully. Like, when is it time to, let past slights go and be okay with things, and when is it time to actually stand up for what you think is correct? It's a hard balancing act, and I don't get it right all the time. In fact, I probably fail at it more than I succeed. You know what I mean? But I think some people are way too far in the other camp. They're way too easy to just like blow people up or cut people off or assume they're just evil. People do that too much nowadays, and I don't want to be that guy. $20. Tereshevchenko. I recently, through a single post on X For You tab, fell into a flat Earth rabbit hole and noticed these people subscribe to every conspiracy theory. I think flat Earth comes from reflexive aversion to anything they're told. A lot of conspiratorial thinking comes from, frankly, the statement, history was written by the victors, which isn't true, by the way. It sounds nice, but it's not true. History is written by historians, right? The reason that we still have the Nazi point of view of the Second World War is because history is not actually written by the victors, right? We can go back and see that stuff. We can go back and see what our opponents thought about things. So I don't buy the history is written by the victors things. But here's the thing. If you believe that history was written by the victors, then what you must necessarily believe is that all esoteric knowledge that is outside of the mainstream cultural canon must have been hidden by the mainstream, right? So you have a lot of connections between people who are like 9/11 truthers and like, Obama truthers and flat earth truthers and, fucking like Holocaust truthers, like all this shit, right? And, as always, the 2020 election and the coronavirus vaccine, like all of these beliefs, because they're outside the norm, whether or not they're true or false, because they're outside the norm, they all web together and they all operate on the same, I think, psychological reflexes. Do you know what I mean? $2 from here to Lady Columbia. I question Carl's ability to choose friends often. I don't know what to say to that, but thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Joseph Havens, $5. I think they just need to resolve this via single combat. if it isn't worth risking your life, then it's not worth being immature about. And it's not worth being immature about. Hashtag bring back duels. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Artemis Fowl, $20. Removing Rags was actually the correct choice. He was derailing the campaign and causing infighting and stopping the multiple players from enjoying the game. You seem to think he got screwed when he caused the problems first. Yes, and here's why. So, there was a moment where we didn't stream for 1 week, and instead we got together and we talked it out like adults. We all sat down and we said, listen, Rags, here are the problems that you are contributing to. Here's what you're doing. And he took the criticism, and he actually changed. And for a few weeks, things were fine, right? For a few weeks, things were actually fine. Of course, we gave V the same criticism, and he seemed to take it as well. And so after that meeting, where we all kind of got together and tried to hash it out like adults, Rags' behavior changed for the better. Now, not perfectly, but there was improvement. When V blew up over bathing the orc, that it came out of nowhere for all of us. All right. Like even Sargon was saying, I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know why. Like Sargon said that on stream several times. I don't know why he's doing this. Like none of us understood what was happening. So for all of Rags' faults, he did do his best to fix them, and he actually did improve quite a bit. But here's the thing: if you didn't know that round table discussion where we hashed it out happened, I understand why you'd think what you think, Artemis. yeah. The fight was over bathing the orc. It's such a stupid fucking. Someone else, I haven't seen Lilith in a while. Is she doing okay? Lilith's on Twitter. Lilith just doesn't have time to do the podcast anymore. Simple as that. Our schedules don't align. She's doing her own thing. We're still friends, but it's getting harder and harder to like find time to really chill with her. You know what I mean? I do miss her. So Artemis says Sargon decided V wanted, Arch abstained. Dev didn't push back. I did push back a bit, but I did feel like it wasn't my place to just countermand Sargon because it is his game, you know? Here to Lady Columbia, $2. Not you, you're good, but Carl gets knifed too often. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, like Carl's taken his fair share of backstabs. Carl's taken his fair share of backstabs, and I understand why he views meeting up with people and friendships and things the way that he does. I don't blame him at all for that, in that case. Lilith was lame anyways. Fuck you. Commissar Dale, $5. Dev, I am owed. You know what is owed. This is trying to contact an estranged parent. Where are you on Discord, Dale? I'll message you again. Okay, I messaged you, Commissar Dale. Thank you. My face when Dev is still fat. Lilith was lame. Lilith is pretty based. The duality of man. Oh, man. Ugh. Fucking hell. How about the articles? Do you guys want to go over the articles, or we keep talking about things? Like, we've been chilling for an hour. I've enjoyed. You know what? I know, like, last week was just a chill stream. I've enjoyed our chill streams, guys. You're just like, I'm just talking to you about what's going on. You're asking me questions about things. You know, like, I like it. I like it. Let me check the Twitch donos just in case I missed anything. Oh, no donos on Twitch. You Twitchers are the inferior viewers. Wait, someone on Twitch asked, "Do you think this is friendship poison or not?" What, you mean me leaving the campaign? I think it definitely is with V. I think it's definitely not with Arch. As for Sargon, don't know. Rusta, $5. Killer Bean movie is free on YouTube. I DM you if you ever check those small round mail. God damn it. I do check them sometimes. Joseph Heavens, $2. Do a poll. Is Lilith based or not? Let's do the poll. Let's do the poll, guys. Poll's over on YouTube. Is Lilith based? Yes, no. Let's go. My other accountism said, from what I saw, Rags first wanted to bathe the orc, and then said that the orc should be clean if they were meeting the king. When V was trying to make it, so Rags, he's very... So here's the thing, my other accountism, I know what you mean. We were all on board with bathing the orc. It's just that once the orc said, no, I don't want to be bathed, I dropped it, Rags dropped it, Arch dropped it, but V became invested in doing it, and he wanted to do it because it would be funny, right? So he was like trying really hard to... And eventually we were just like, come on, man, like, let's just move on. Let's just move on. And then like V blew up. Yeah, the trans Asian girl that shows up occasionally is Lilith, yes. Holtznader, $5. I hate V's playstyle, but after listening to V's point of view, I am more sympathetic to his point of view than Rags's. Okay, fair enough. It's fine to hold that opinion, yeah. I think the primary reason I don't agree with you is because, well, no, there's a few reasons. The big one is that we sat down and we had that round table, and after that, the things that Rags did wrong improved, and nonetheless, V still blew up, as if things hadn't changed when they had. And then secondly, it's the fact that V walked and then Rags was kicked, because V was the one who walked. You know, that doesn't sit right with me. I know like Arch's audience doesn't really like Rags that much, but I know that it was definitely a sizable minority. Didn't sit right with them either. Not that the audience matters. No offense, audience. No offense, chat. But like, yeah, just doesn't sit right with me. Armor's Foul, $10. If you're going to quit the campaign over the decision, you should have pushed back harder. You may have given the impression you were okay with the decision. You should have told him you would quit. The honest truth is, I initially didn't know if I would. Which, I guess in retrospect, that kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I realized, like, after playing the game, like, continuing on, I realized pretty quickly in that session a couple days ago, I was like, this ain't right. This isn't right. And you can call me stupid for not coming to that conclusion sooner, but it is what it is. Oh, hydrate. Thanks, Lambert. I'll take a drink. And also Big Dro, thanks for the 50 cents over on Twitch. Thank you, dude. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Sargon's terrible DMing caused a lot of the problems. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Titanium says, I still feel like the onus falls completely on the person who explodes in anger over shit that doesn't really matter and won't apologize for doing so ever. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too, right? That is my position as well. I'll see you later, Moto Madness. Have fun. Real Holtzinator for $10. I'm deeply saddened by the whole thing. Crusaders is my favorite campaign. Most nights episode 31. Meanwhile, the Guild Hall is the last video I watch. I can understand your perspective too, Dev. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I know some people have said, like, some people have asked me over the years, not over the years, over the past few months, like, why do you walk into the lion's den that is Arch's channel? Because Arch's audience absolutely fucking hates me. Like, it's brutal how much they hate me. V's audience as well, but Arch's is bigger. Arch's audience fucking hates me. For some of them, the Dev is a communist thing is not a joke. They legitimately think that I'm like this far leftist infiltrator that is going around. Oh, it's like 50-50 on left being based. I'm like people think that I'm going around trying to like subvert right wing channels and like make people leftist or like, and I'm just like, hold on. Even if that were true, and it's not, but even if it were true, the fact that I go on to Arch's channel constantly and get BTFO'd in debates, like, are you not happy with those victories? Like what? Or is it really just that you don't want to hear any sort of non-right wing opinion? Is that really what it is? That you just can't stand that I show up and I break the safe space? Like, is that what's going on? It's more like here, V's channel is like the distilled Dev hatred that I do see in Arch's channel. You know what I mean? In Arch's channel, it exists. In V's channel, it's concentrated down to like a Newtonium star. You know what I mean? Not Newtonium. You know what I fucking mean? Neutron star. Yeah. Neutron star. Yeah. I do think it's breaking the safe space. Spoon is a lot like that too. Yeah. Here, give me a second. Maybe I can show you what I'm talking about. $5 from Holtzner. Thanks, man. I'm glad you go onto his channel. I value different perspectives, even if we disagree sometimes. Because we disagree. Awesome. Thank you. You give yourself too much credit. What do you mean? That they don't hate me? Is that what you're saying? Okay, hold on. Hold on real quick, okay? Hold on. I'm trying to prove my point, so I'm not just talking out my fucking ass. Okay. So I'm on V's channel real quick. Hey, Mark, what's up? I'm on V's channel real quick. So there's a few videos about me. There are more. There are streams as well, but there's a few videos about me. And like, on the one hand, he didn't run any of these by me before he made them. And so you could be like, hey, we're friends, right? Surely you could have like said, hey, I'm making a video about you, I disagree, which he didn't. Or you could have been like, hey, I'll have you on, we can debate this perspective. Which, to be fair, he tried a few times, but timing just didn't work out. But okay, so he wants to critique me, and that's fine. You have your free speech. But then like, see let's go to, let's go in here, right here, and then like you kind of go down, and like, if you read the comments about me, like, regardless of whether or not you agree or disagree with me politically, I'm not talking about that. There's definitely instances where it's just It's just like the worst straw man, if you know what I mean. Like here, Dev will never admit he's wrong. He's too hard-headed. Like that's not really an argument, especially because there's many instances where I've admitted that I'm wrong, like on stream, in my videos, in streams. You know what I mean? Dev is probably a portal to see how bread people think. I presume he means bread tubers, right? V's biggest flaw is that he still believes that Dev can be redeemed. See, here's the thing. That's how I always felt about V, is that V can be redeemed. In short, Dev is a filthy liar because you know he doesn't actually believe it. He's just being as dishonest as he usually is nowadays. Like, you can disagree with me. You can think I'm wrong. You can think I'm stupid. But to say that I'm just lying? You know what I mean? Sorry, V, but Dev is either too dumb or he's controlled opposition. Dev's actual problem is idpol. Dev is a PSYOP agent. Dev needs to purge his Discord a few more times to really get the true Discord utopia. Someone who's mad that I banned him for breaking the rules. Haven't listened to SFO in a few years. I had no idea he was so oblivious. SFO has been corrupted by Brianna Wu. The honest truth is, one of the big reasons Brianna Wu has moved out of the hardcore Antifa camp and into like a center-left position is because she watches every single one of my videos. Every single one of my videos. She is slowly being de-radicalized because of me. And there are many positions she holds that I don't agree with. But if I were to just flamethrower her like a Puritan for these positions, I would not be able to de-radicalize her. That process would not be able to continue. So yeah, you do have to put up with people disagreeing with you if you do want real change to happen. Dev is demonstrating a core Canadian cultural trait, political naivete and questioning trust and authority. Yep, it just... I pointed this out with somebody last night, where I said, like, V automatically disbelieves anything the government says, which is true. He said this many times. He automatically disbelieves every single thing the government says. But that means that he thinks I automatically believe everything the government says, which I don't. There's obviously times when the government's corrupt. There's obviously times when the government has covered things up, has unjustly persecuted people, has made the wrong call, has been incorrect, has been ignorant, has been malicious, has been incompetent. All of these things, of course, because the government is made of people and people do these things. But because V never trusts the government, he thinks that I always trust the government. When the truth of it is, I sometimes trust them and I sometimes don't. And yeah, like I try to see it from his point of view, exactly, Mike. That like he comes from a communist country and like it was a shithole and low trust society. Like I get it. I understand. All right, I understand. That understanding is one of the main reasons why I'm not in open conflict with V, despite all of his needling at me. So V's audience is like a distilled. V's audience is a distilled version of the anti-dev sentiment in Arch's audience. And Arch has been pretty open about how he also does kind of want to purge some of the crazies out of his own audience, despite our differing beliefs. Like, he still thinks that there are people in his audience who go too far, and he likes the fact that I'm a moderating force. We've had the conversation privately a few times. Goddamn. But yeah, that's basically the situation. Is that like people have asked me, Dev, why do you walk into the lion's den with these people where it's like a 2v1 or a 3v1, where frankly I take more L's than W's in all these debates. And it's usually worse when there's like 3v1, like when it's Arch and V and Sargon all versus Dev. I usually lose those debates. Not because I'm necessarily wrong, though sometimes I am, but because it's just the nature of a 3v1, right? Like it's very easy to get steamrolled when it's three brains working against one brain. You know what I mean? And so people have asked me like why do you do this? Like why do you subject yourself to this? And on some level, like I understand that that a lot of it is just kind of jokes. Sometimes the jokes go too far, but there is an element of humor here. Sometimes some of it is like, well, it's good to cut your teeth, to test your ideas, you know. But I do think as of recent months, it's probably starting to go a bit too far. You know what I mean? Sometimes the attacks become personal. And I understand like a running joke, like the dev eating hour or the communist thing. We all have we all have our turn at being the butt of the joke, and fair enough. But I do think that sometimes it goes a bit too far. But then the issue is like, well, once it goes too far and you say, hey, I think that this debate setup is unfair, you become the guy walking away from the debate, and so now you're like the coward, or you're the one who can't stand up to you. Like I get it, right? So like there's two sides to this. There's always two sides to everything. But yeah, I guess I'm just in general not very comfortable with it, with the way a lot of things have been going, and I've been chill about it because of friendships, and I'm that kind of guy. I'm the kind of guy to let small things go for the sake of stability and, you know, being chill. But maybe I need to stop that a little bit. Maybe I need to be a bit more straightforward about sticking up for myself. Does that make sense, guys? A Dev's villain arc. Is having a backbone being a villain? Let's see. Tara Shavenko, $5. I'm really far behind on super chats, guys. I'm sorry, but thank you for all the support, guys. Hold on, I gotta answer this here. I'm astounded at how many creators that I thought were competent that are falling for the Brianna Wu obvious glazing tactics in order to infiltrate these spaces. You're all this dumb, really? So here's the thing, right? Like if Brianna Wu, if I truly am the little red bridge that brings Brianna Wu back into the fold, and then once she's back into the fold, she immediately torches her own newly found reputation by being retarded again, I'll just be like, well, there you go. Like, it. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm not going to purity test people. I'm not a progressive. All right, I'm not like a religious fanatic. I'm not going to purity test people. I will give people chances to come back. Now, there's a limited amount of chances. For example, like Scrump got 2 solid backstabs right in my fucking spine before I finally cut him off. I give people several chances. And at some point, you have to say, like, you know what? You've done too much. I've had enough. It's time for you to go away. And Brianna Wu might even hit that point at some point. Like if she like goes mask off and says, I was actually just using you to rehabilitate, I'll just be like, okay, well then I'll make the video about how much of a snake you fucking are and how wrong I was, and then that'll be that. I'm not going to stop forgiving people when I think they can be redeemed, and I'm not going to stop cutting off people when I don't think they can be redeemed. All right? And perhaps that second part of the conversation is the part that requires me to have a bit more of a backbone. when it comes to how some of the people around me treat me sometimes. Taras Shavenko, $5. The brain is a muscle. If you don't exercise it, you become an intellectual twink. Oh, hi, Mark. What's up? Oh, hi, Mark. What's going on? Yeah, you do have to engage in debates and like read books and get new experiences. You have to like figure it out. You have to figure it out, Taras. Yeah, I agree with you there. You're not the Little Red Bridge. You're one of many, Dev. She's already ruined a bunch of the smaller debate panel streamers. How has she ruined them, dude? Explain it to me. Like, what's been ruined here? Major Pork for 49 Mexicans. Lilith based 50-50 is proof. Dev is a Chad centrist. That's right. Lord Savage Wolf. You know, Raging Golden Eagle says that people who allow infiltrators in should be treated similarly and kicking them out. I agree with that sentiment because Brianna Wu, if she's supposedly a lefty reform, then that would come from her own growth and realization and actions. But you bringing her back in only makes you look bad. Well, first of all, Raging Golden Eagle absolutely fucking hates me. And he hates me to almost an irrational point. Because there have been times when I've presented to him proof that some of the things he thinks about me are wrong, and he just pivots to another attack. So it's like, okay, whatever. You clearly just want to hate me. That's fine. I would actually bury the hatchet with him, just as I would bury the hatchet with someone like Kirsch, but those guys don't seem to want to, and that's their business. Because the animus, is that the word I'm looking for? No, animus. Yeah, feeling of hate or anger towards someone or something. Yeah, the animus in the me versus Raging Golden Eagle or me versus Kirsch does not come from me. It comes from them. All right. They don't want to have anything to do with me. But if they changed their tune and said, hey, you know what? I'm going to rebuild that bridge with Dev, I'd be all for it. All right. Any wrongdoings on their part, I've already forgiven. But they don't want to, and that's their business. So, I have to go back and read that comment saying right here. Talking about like bringing back Brianna Wu. You said she would come back from her own growth and realization and actions. She has done that. That's the point, Lord Savage Wolf. She's actually done that. I know not everyone can pay attention to everything. Not everyone can watch every stream. Not everyone can see every video. Not everyone can see every take on Twitter. I understand that. But Brianna Wu has actually started this reform arc because she has realized that a whole bunch of the shit she supported was absolutely fucking terrible. And she came to that realization herself. It was starting before the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th, but it ramped up very hard after that. She realized that the things she believes are monstrous, at least some of them, the people she sided with were monsters, and she realized she had to change. I think she was open to that change in perspective because she was watching some of my videos and some other videos as well, but she was watching a lot of my videos, and those videos exposed her to new ideas, which primed her to be ready for the paradigm shift once the big real life event happened. Because people can be convinced by argument, but they're often convinced by argument plus a big real life event. And she's hit that. And so good for her. So no, I don't like if people think that me bringing her back makes me look bad, then fine. But I'm convinced that this is a real paradigm shift from her. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? If I'm wrong, then I have egg on my face. And then I'll make the video saying that I'm wrong. But I've talked with her, I've seen enough from her at this point that I think that there's some truth to this. Yeah, Mark the Cyborg. I know, for example, that X-Ray is currently hanging out with Nerdrotic down south, and you post in the chat, "We're not wife swapping, I swear." Dude. Dracus Luthos for £10. Wait, V walked and Rags got kicked over some stupid degen behavior from V? WTF, man, and I like Kingdoms, and Rags was obviously invested. Hey, Dev, do you think you could run a D&D game? No, I couldn't. I don't got it in me, dude. I can't RP. There's no way I could GM. No fucking way. I love playing the game, but like, I'm just kind of there for the battles and to like hang out with my friends. You know what I mean? I can't RP. I'll probably never be able to RP. But I enjoy being along for the ride. I'm like the friend who wants to like just kind of, I don't know what's going on, but I like combat and I like hanging out with people, so I'll come along for the ride. That's my view of it, you know? Dev, have you looked at the CAS report? Holstener. That's the trans thing, right? I've seen some of it. The CAS report was basically the report that came out and said, hey, there's serious problems with puberty blockers for underage, like under 18s. It's like, yeah, I think people are really trying to, trans activists are really trying to discredit it online, but yeah, that's pretty damning. That's pretty fucking damning, you know. I know a few years ago, the prevailing science, this is like 4 years ago, I think, the prevailing science was that was that puberty blockers, you could go on and off, you can go on and off them with little to no side effects. And the reason we believed that is because puberty blockers were originally meant to block early puberty, right? So if you had a kid who had some sort of hormonal condition or something that meant they were starting puberty at like 6 years old, so like way too fucking early, and it was going to damage them if they went through it, you put them on blockers, and then you take them off the blockers at like 12 or 13 or 14 or something, like whenever puberty starts. And in that instance, we found that there was almost no negative side effect to the blockers. So people extrapolated and said, well, there's no negative side effect to the blockers, so you can go on and off them. It turns out, if you go on them for too long, especially through the normal puberty years, there's actually a problem. And so took some sciencing to figure that out, but we figured it out. And now the science has changed appropriately. I know that's like a meme phrase in the right wing. The science has changed. Well, you know what? Science actually does change all the time. It's a method of discovering the truth, so it does change. And now that the science has changed, the trans activists are not happy about it, from what I understand. But they will have to fucking deal with it. $2, Katie the Nova. A lot of people have Dev derangement syndrome. They do, to be honest. They fucking do. But thank you. Subject Noble, thanks, man. $5. Hey, Dev, I don't hate you. I like to dunk on you because I know you can take it. One thing about V is that he doesn't have a thick skin, unlike you. See, I'm surprised at that because like V grew up in way harsher conditions than me. You know, communist country. In the post-communist era, the collapse of like social order and social trust. Like, I'm surprised that V doesn't that you think I have a thicker skin than V. I'm not sure if I do. I mean, I don't view myself as having that thick of a skin, frankly, because every time someone like insults me or even critiques me in good faith, it does like hurt a little bit emotionally. I've just learned to deal with it. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know how it is for anyone else, but for me, getting stronger didn't mean it doesn't hurt anymore. Getting stronger just means that you work through it, Every time I see a comment that says, Dev, you suck, it still hurts as if it was the first comment. It still bothers me emotionally. I guess I'm just like a bleeding heart sap like that. But it no longer stops me, is what I mean. So, that's that. You guys are really supportive today. Thank you very much with all the for all the super chats, dude. Sketch, $5. Just remember, kids, some people unironically believe even Taylor Swift is a psyop. You gotta know when you can't reason with some people. That was dumb. The Taylor Swift psyop thing was so fucking stupid, dude. Flattercats for 5 CHFs, whatever those are. Thank you. V often crapped on you on his streams. Maybe good intentioned, but always felt weird. Like, who does that to a friend so often? I like V, but damn. I didn't see all of his streams, but I did see a few things. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should have been a bit more proactive in establishing boundaries with him. Like, hey, if you want to be my friend, here is a reasonable amount of joking around about me that you can do, and here's some lines you can't cross, that sort of thing. Maybe I should have been more proactive about it, but we are where we are at this point. Yeah. I sent you to Streamlabs, says Real Holtzner. Okay, I'll go check them out. Thanks very much. Streamlabs is another thing I gotta refix once I move. Man, you guys should see. You guys should see The Office. The Office that's coming in one day. You guys should. I have a great vision for it, and I've. Oh my god, I've almost secured the space that I need. It's gonna be awesome. I intend to have like one computer running both the gaming streams and then also like any streams that I do like this. I'll probably end the weekly sip once I move, and I'll do like a more regular live stream because I'll have like a more dedicated room with real soundproofing, and I won't be like disturbing anybody else in the house because we live in a small house right now. Give me a second here. I got some good visions for it. It'll take a little bit of money, but I think it'll work out really well because I'll put like the gaming room off on one side, running on the same computer in a separate room that also has attached to it like a podcasting or like a recording room. And if I have guests, we'll like shoot stuff in there. It's gonna be great. I have some great ideas. Hold on a second. Did Naomi message me? I think she might have. Yep, your boy Linus. Don't worry. It's not like this. It's not like the SIP ending means that I won't keep streaming and won't keep doing these. In fact, I'll probably do more of them. You'll probably see me stream more often, in fact. You did message me. Sorry. You really are completely compromised, says Dog Bless America. Who has compromised me, dude? Titanium says I very much doubt that. You fucking try me, dude. You fucking try me. Sorry, guys. This is a long talk with Naomi. Yeah, I know that, Titanium, but I've been stuck in this fucking shithole that whole time, man. Like, we were prepped to move right before COVID started, and then we were fucked. We were planning to move at the end of 2019. Sorry. Dev is Naomi and Lilith, and most likely Dave. Okay. Yeah, Naomi's at work right now, guys, and she's having a very bad time. Damn. Poor Naomi. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Get on with it. Sorry. Listen, the Dev ASMR hour. Okay, listen. Naomi also knows every single thing happening with the D&D group, including things you guys don't know, because I tell her everything. She reads all my DMs. She knows every drama I'm involved in. She knows every secret I know, because she is my confidant, and she is the one who keeps my head oriented in the right direction. And she wanted to know a few things about what's going on, so I was telling her. Also, her day is fucking awful at work, and she has a lot to say about it. What makes someone a good person? Is it a set of values they uphold and perceive? Or is it just based off of societal characteristics of what is perceived as just and good? Or is it a nebulous, ethereal, emotional state? Is it consistent, or does it not have to follow a strict set of rules or guidelines? I think it's all of those things, to be honest. Like, one thing I've noticed when I went on my big ethical reading arc, or sorry, moral reading arc, is that is that like deontological morality and consequentialist morality and virtue ethics, once you push them to their breaking point where they kind of stop functioning, the other system works really well. and they all kind of converge at the top. Do you know what I mean? Does it make sense, guys? So, for example, like deontological ethics is basically rules-based morality. You know, what is good is a good rule, following a good rule. So, like, this is like religious morality. This is the law. You know, this is a contract. Any sort of codified morality. Consequentialist morality is what is good ends. So when you've done a thing and it's created a good end, well then now you know that it's good, right? So this is it has its negative because that's where you get like the ends justify the means, or like, you know, mass purges and stuff. So like everything has its negatives, right? And then virtue ethics is what is good behavior, right? So what you do is what makes something moral. How you act as a person, you know, your habits, the things that you do in real life. And what you realize is they all kind of combine together. You know what I mean? So, for example, like when you have something defined as a good rule in a deontological sense, but it's creating very clearly bad things, like God says you should kill gay people, I don't think that's good because you're killing people just for being gay. I think that's immoral, right? So the end is wrong in that case. So you can appeal to consequentialism. But when the consequentialist says we must purge everyone who doesn't agree with us because that will create the perfect society, well, how do you argue with that, right? The answer is that you have to have some sort of rules-based morality that says you can't just unjustly kill people, even if it might create a short-term good consequence that you like. So there's like, and then you get like you have like what they call it, like rule utilitarianism, where you should be pursuing good consequences, but if in a moment breaking a rule means that you would get a good consequence, you still shouldn't do it because the meta ethic of having the rules intact is a long-term better goal than your short-term profit of breaking the rule in the moment, because it's usually a good rule, you know. So like once you realize all this stuff, you realize that like all the systems kind of blend together. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Sorry. The talking with Naomi has finished. Let's see what Holzenator has said. $5 from Holzenator. Thank you very much, dude. I think our biggest disagreement is that I want to see very serious punishment on the grounds of treachery and libel against the left at large. Western civilization has done more for human rights than any other, and the left wants to destroy it. I don't disagree, but it should be done not against the left at large. It should be done against individuals who have done terrible things. And don't worry, there are many individuals on the left who have done truly terrible things. Sorry for typing so long and making you guys leave. I'm really sorry, guys. Sorry. $5 from Holzenator, and its legacy. They take advantage of our kindness and compassion and rationality to try and undermine the only people that wouldn't have them destroyed. For this betrayal, they need to pay a severe price. Yeah, I get it. It's one of those things where it's like, hey, listen, why do you have like queers for Palestine when the only society that even allows queers to exist is Western society, and you think we're the great evil? Like, fuck you. But what is the option then? Is it to no longer allow queers to exist and now like just become as bad as the people that they should hate? You know what I mean? Like, do we become as bad as our opponents? I don't know about that. It's a tough nut to crack, because they need to pay a severe price. That part of the conversation means dipping into tactics that are just blatantly immoral and that would not make us any better than our opponents. Do you know what I mean? They do need to be taught a lesson, obviously, but I don't know how to crack that nut. I'm still thinking about it. It's one of those things where maybe they just need like a taste of it, you know? Maybe they need to exist in Palestine for 24 hours and then be like airlifted back and then be like, hey, listen, so you barely survived that. How about you shut the fuck up about how bad you have it in America? You know what I mean? I don't know the solution, though. There has to be some moment where they finally learn their fucking lesson. But there also has to be a path back for them as well. I always believe that. Sketch, $2. Brianna has a lot. Dude, I get Arch's audience now. I get it. You are compromised. You're fucking retarded. Sketch, $2. That wasn't Sketch, by the way. That wasn't Sketch. Sketch, $2. Brie has a lot to apologize for first. She does. And you know what? To her credit, every single time I've gone to her with something unreasonable and said, hey, remember when you did this? She goes, yeah, I fucked up there. I'm sorry. She says it privately. She says it publicly too, you know? She says it publicly and privately. It's one of those things where, like, to be frank, Brie has a lot to apologize for, and it's enough that unless you approach her with like a specific thing, she's not going to remember what dumb shit she said 10 years ago. You know what I mean? I don't remember what dumb shit I said 10 years ago. So, like, I could send her a tweet from 2015. Like, there's been some dumb fucking tweets out there of things that she said. I know for a fact I would send her a tweet from 2015 where she said something ridiculous, and she would say, you know what? I don't remember saying that, but it's clearly stupid. And, like, I made a mistake, and I'm sorry for this one, guys. Like, she would absolutely say that, I think. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get the super chats back. I'm trying to find them. I'm trying to figure it out. Did I miss some? I might have. Shit. Sorry, guys. Holy fuck. I'm being an L streamer today, as the kids might say. L streamer. Okay, fondue, $2. I just live with the pain option. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, dude. Taras Shevchenko for $5. Dev, do you think you've gotten good at recognizing when people start at a conclusion and work backwards from there? I don't think so, no. I think you can tell by questioning them, where you go like, hey, listen, what about this? What about this? And then see if they can like work through those problems. But I don't think I'm actually that good at recognizing it, no. Real Holtznayer for $5. I'm pretty sure a big part of the CAS report was the malpractice of gender clinics. Can't confirm because I haven't looked into it myself. That was part of it too. It was malpractice, I think, specifically in the UK. I think it was specifically the UK because there's a whole bunch of clinics in the UK that like they discovered they were just person walks in, claims they're trans, walks like kids, by the way, you know, teenagers walk in, claim they're trans, walk out with hormones that very same day, and it's like that's fucking ridiculous. Like, that's what's wild. That's fucking wild. Like there has to be some sort of process for this, you know. Argyle, $2. Oh, Smelly Dev is closer to Chugga Conroy, I think. You know what? I think so. Like when I did the Chugga Conroy video, I saw some of myself in him. Not the foot shit. Not the foot shit. But yeah, I also kind of felt some kinship with Mike Z. You know, autistic bros sticking together. Artemis Fowl, $5. Good men do not read rules, but you're going to find out why I have so many. Pretty much, Artemis. I think I agree with you on that one. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. Holzner, $5. We are at war. We don't have to be moral in a war. Even liberals suspend rights during an emergency. I partially agree. But you do need to be proportional in war, because if you're not, that's how you get escalation, right? And I'm not sure if we're at the point where we need to suspend rights yet. It's true. Like if there was an actual communist uprising with legitimate with like a legitimate chance of actually overthrowing the government, yeah, that's when you suspend rights, you put the army in the street, and you restore order. I get it, right? Lots of people would like cry, or, all these bleeding hearts would be like, "Oh, what about human?" No, I get it. Restore order, right? But we're not at that point yet. Things are bad, but they're not that bad yet. Okay. Start again, $5. The lesson is already being taught through the consequences of their own actions. Political radicals are miserable, dysfunctional, and irrelevant. Sometimes, yes, but sometimes they do worm their ways into middle power, right? Like we see them in HR departments, we see them in consultancy companies like Sweet Baby Inc. I know everyone on the like, let's say the center right culture war podcast sphere that I know that Mark that you're a part of and you know a fair bit about, like that group is they really think that Sweet Baby Inc. is like the great Satan, and they're a problem. But I don't think they're as big of a problem as those guys think. You know what I mean? But they are a problem. So it's not just that political radicals are miserable, dysfunctional, and irrelevant. Sometimes they're also powerful. And that can be a problem. So sometimes the lesson is not taught through the consequences of their own actions. Sometimes they have to see like, oh, it turns out that you made Star Wars The Acolyte and no one fucking likes it, and it's going to lose you a shit ton of money, and you'll probably all lose your jobs. And then when you cry on Twitter about how evil capitalism is, that your cushy writing job got hit with mass layoffs because your show fucking sucks, that's when we say, hey, listen, no, you're ideologically captured. You make garbage entertainment, and you deserved this. So it can't, it's like, it's not just that they're miserable, dysfunctional, and irrelevant. It's that when they actually do gain traction, as consumers, we have to show them why they're wrong. Basically, we have to vote with our wallets. You know what I mean? $2 from Artemis Fowl. I love Dev's consistency. L streamer. What are you saying, L, about this time, Artemis? What's the scoop there, dude? $2 from Rusta. F proportional. We dropped it on Japan for a reason. Yes, but that actually ended up being proportional, right? Because they ran the calculations of, okay, well, what if we actually just like have a land invasion of the home islands? It would be so much worse than dropping the nuke. So many more dead. So like it did end up being proportional. It did end up being a situation where, you know what, like, this is what we got to do. We're dropping the nukes. We're stopping the war. And okay, yeah, fair enough. Like here, let me put it this way, guys. Let's say there's an enemy stronghold, right? And you know there's 5 enemy terrorists in this stronghold. But the stronghold's actually a school, and there are 10,000 students in this school. Do you just bomb the school off the fucking face of the map and kill all 10,000 students to kill the 5 fighters? Most people say no to that. They say no. The proportionality isn't there, right? And militaries, when they're engaging in conflicts, they run these sort of calculations all the time. Yes, Chad, yes, flatten it, Giga Chad, Sigma move. But jokes aside, you know what I mean, though? Like, most militaries, they will weigh up the risk of civilians getting hurt. They'll weigh up the risk of their own guys getting hurt, what they get out of the engagement, and then they'll choose to either do it or not. And that's the right thing to do. You can't simply just, the minute someone slights you, you use all of your power to utterly annihilate them every single time. Like, that is one way to make enemies. That is one way to basically deplete your own resources, to make your own population hate you. Like, it's a losing strategy to go full total war every single time. Artemis Fowl, $5. Dev wishes to wait for his enemy to have the power to overthrow the government before trying to do what he needs to stop them. How cliche. Oh god, okay. Artemis, when is the appropriate time to use military force on your own population if you believe that population to intend to overthrow the government? Like, when is it appropriate? When is it not? Like, is it appropriate when it's one college student in his dorm writing about how he hates the Iraq War? Like, obviously not, right? Is it appropriate when you have 100,000 men marching on the Capitol, like armed and ready to fight the government? In that case, yes, of course, it's appropriate. So in between those two positions, there's a line somewhere. I don't quite know where it is, but there's a line somewhere where it's appropriate to use government power to stop these things. Real Holtzinator, $5. Just because their tactics are depopulation and demoralization doesn't mean we can't view them as traitors and enemies to our civilization. Yes, but your response has to be proportional. Punishment must fit the crime. Argue with Dev. Nukes were a humanitarian act. Thanks very much, Dagoth. Mervinu, you got to put up the Minecraft parkour for the drama stream. Oh my god, I'm not Gisticle, dude. I do like Gisticle. I enjoy some of the stuff he does. He's like a pure drama magnet, though. You know what I mean? Estimated deaths on Japan side was 10 million alone. Yep. Crazy. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. Trying to find the... Tomahawk keeps saying articles, but I keep getting super chats, man. It just keeps happening. Holtznader, $5. Dev, how do you expect us to win if we keep letting the left get more and more entrenched? Most people are wrong. We are United States. We'd win. Well, you didn't answer my question, though. Like, what would you do, right? Like, so, what do you do to the communist college student who thinks that America is evil and should be overthrown? But he hasn't, like, participated in a protest yet himself. Want to jail him for those thoughts, for that writing, for that speech? I don't think so. Have you heard of the In Praise of Shadows drama, says Sean. I have, but I don't know much about it. Highland Juggalo, $10. If going scorched earth is the losing strategy, why did both you and Arch advocate that's what we should have done? Because we tried the be somewhat nice approach with Nom and the M, and look at that. Because going scorched earth is not necessarily the losing strategy, but it is a strategy that comes with significant cost on your own side and it should be used appropriately, right? It should be used appropriately. You should not go scorched earth every single time, but sometimes you must. It's just how it is. Subject Noble, $5. Two of the biggest problems with the new generation gays, they never had any hardships and have been humbled. The other problem is mental illness. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the case. That's pretty much the case, right? I posted those images of, like, gay protesters back in the day, where it's just like guys in suits, women in dresses, holding signs saying the federal government discriminates against us. We're not allowed to be hired for certain jobs. We're being arrested for private sexual acts. Like, this is unacceptable. And those people marching up and down a sidewalk with, like, police watching them. And those people are completely reasonable and completely correct. And, like, they looked like a respectable bunch. And it's very easy for the public to get on side with them. And then the other one was, like, a bunch of naked people walking down the street with rainbow signs saying "Be your true self" and, like, LGBT. And it's like, listen, you can just look at these two pictures and figure out why one gay rights movement worked and the other one didn't. You know what I mean? Like, as Stuttering Craig says, just be fucking normal. Just be normal people. Okay, so world-renowned GeoHound has said, You don't know Brianna Wu, do you? She's not just here for a little bit. She literally buys loyalty from creators. Before you know it, all the spaces you loved are soulless Wu mouthpieces. So, world-renowned GeoHound, I want you to answer this question. I guess there's two questions here. One, do you think I've taken Brianna Wu's money? And two, do you think that I've said things that I don't believe and that it's actually Brianna Wu's opinions and not my opinions? Answer those questions, please. Artemis Fowl, $5. Israel killed 200 people to save 4 hostages. Was that proportional, Dev? Were the people fighters or not? Depends. The left views proportionality as a weakness for which to escalate. It's true they do. Like, when if they hit you and then you hit them back and you say, don't do that again, the left often thinks, well, you know what? You didn't hit me that hard, so fuck you, right? But that's the escalation, right? So once they escalate, you must continue to escalate as well. Like, you have to hit them until they realize that they need to stop. But after that point, then you also have to stop. Once the left puts up their hands and says, okay, we fucked up. We're not going to do the revolution anymore. We're going to be normal. Then you have to stop. Right? That is what ruling with grace is not continuing to brutalize them after they've given up the war. Let's see here. What is your favorite McNugget sauce? Sorry to get so political. I don't like McNuggets. I'm sorry. They're not my sort of thing. Okay, world-renowned GeoHound says, no, I think you're getting intoxicated by her power. What fucking power, dude? What fucking power? Like, I've gained no influence by talking to her whatsoever, so there's no power here for me to be intoxicated by. And yes, I think you're gaslighting your audience and lying to them when it pertains to Wu. Connor did the same thing right before he sold out, yes. Okay, what am I lying about? What am I lying about? What fucking power? And there's the gaslighting. Okay, explain to me what power I've apparently gained from this interaction with her. Yeah, is she a witch? Is she casting spells for me? Katie the Nova, $5. Thanks, man. Did a presentation on Operation Downfall in school, the planned invasion of Japan, for those that don't know. I need to I've had a video cooking for a little bit about Japan, because everyone considers Japan to be a fascist country. Not without reason. But Japan's economics were more in line with the Soviet Union than anything that fascist Italy did. Because Japan went the imperial Japanese government went to war with its own bourgeoisie, destroyed its banking families, destroyed its merchant families, nationalized tons of businesses, right? Japan took everything into the state to a fucking extreme, even more than Mussolini did. Though I don't think they did it for ideological reasons. I think they did it just for pure control. I don't think they were thinking in terms of we must adhere to a certain ideology or we must build a certain utopia. They were doing it simply because they wanted the power of controlling these businesses. So I don't know much about the planned invasion of Japan, but I do know a lot about Japan's economic situation before the war. At this point, I've read a couple books in the past 6 months or so. It's a video that I want to cover because the economic systems of the various fascist states range wildly, right? Japan was very much state owned and controlled economy. Italy and Germany kind of went through this middle road path where Italy wanted to control business using various councils based on economic sector. Germany went for a model called capitalism within, socialism without. And what that means basically is that for the owner of a business, everything that happens within your business, you control. So like a capitalist would. So you control hiring and firing. You set wages. All the internal affairs of your business is controlled by the owner of the business. So capitalism within. Socialism without meant that all of the affairs of the business outside of the business was controlled by the state. So what you produced, how much you sold it for, how much you can produce, where you get your supply, these were all things that were state controlled. So the various fascist movements across the world and across history tried very different things with their economics. Wrong. No, you're wrong, godlike snake. Let's see here. Was it banking families or banking families? Neon Reagan, it was Japan. There were no Jews there, you fucking weirdo. Hold on. Look at this. I ask world-renowned GeoHound what fucking power. There's the gaslighting. And I asked him to explain. Like, okay, like, what am I gaslighting about? All right, what is the power? Describe to me the power that I've gained. Describe to me the lie that I'm telling. Like, tell me. And world-renowned GeoHound says, this is gross. And then, let's see. I'm going to keep scrolling. What else have you said? See, you've now made it easy for your audience to call others crazy for literally pointing out what Wu has done, is doing, and will do. That's the kind of gaslighting that Wu wants. Love y'all. I'm out. But I asked you for what it was. Like, what has Brianna Wu done? What is she doing? What will she do? Like, what is it? Like, just tell me. Just fucking tell me, dude. Hey, I am Pierre. Thanks for being here, man. So Dragonfat actually does, in fact, reply in the coward's position. So thank you. Brianna was a grifter. Dev is an overly friendly retard who would welcome a man in a ski mask armed with a knife into his house. Dumb and happy to befriend every home invader. And she's using me for clout. To be honest, there's not much clout to be gained off of me, right? Like my weekly sips used to hit 600, 800 viewers. I've hovered around 350 today. I appreciate you guys. You're all great. But the dev clout has waned for sure. All right. My gaming streams used to get double the viewers that they get now. I might have had 25 last night, which is quite low, even for the gaming stream. It's usually more like 50 or 75. Oh, you don't gotta apologize for not being here. Don't worry about that, guys. I'm just saying, like, there is not much dev clout to be gained at the moment. The dev clout well has dried up. I'm currently in a lull once again. It's how it is. You go through periods of growth and then periods of settling into a new normal, then periods of growth again, and it's how it is. It's how it is. It is how it is. I will be on the upswing soon enough. But no, there's not much dev clout to be gained. All right. Honestly, Brianna Wu going on trigonometry got her way more clout than anything I could ever do, frankly. Want me to go pick a fight with another VTuber so you can get some fame again, boss? Oh my fucking god, dude. That's funny. I'm going to do a video on Sweet Baby Inc. after the Black Myth controversy. The Sweet Baby Inc. video will eventually happen. I don't know what the Black Myth controversy is, though. Yeah, I announced that earlier, Mark. I'm going to be on Metal's show tomorrow, and that's why I'm doing the weekly sip today. Yeah. I just need to be more fat. Yeah, so it seems like that person who was like baiting me has left, you know? All right, fuck him. Neotsu for $5. Liberal Dev says, I believe in liberty and equality. Communist says, brother, why do you look away? Liberal Dev looks away in shame. This is the main reason that I'm not doing the harmonize liberty and equality thing that Sargon has said in his videos. I'm abandoning the equality position, frankly. I think fairness is better than equality because there are some things that are unequal and they're also good. So just a blanket pursuing equality is not good, right? Like, you should not have equal access to my bank account or my house or my girlfriend as I do. Equality in all instances is clearly bad. Now, equality before the law, okay, that's fine. Okay, I get it, right? There's good arguments there. But valuing equality as a final good in and of itself is not a good idea. It's not a good idea. More Streamlabs from Holtzner. Thanks very much, dude. Jesus, you guys have deep pockets today. Thank you very much. Honestly, I do appreciate it because the moving is gonna be costly and it's coming up soon. So thank you very much, guys. Holtzner's for $5 says, roll up with an APC and automatic grenade launchers. Use so much firepower that the corpses of those protesters simply disappear. Show them what fear and oppression actually looks like. Make them understand that they only succeed because we let them. I understand the appeal of using force on rioters because now they're rioting, they're hurting people, they're destroying property. I get it. But like, if someone's just protesting something that you don't like, no, I can't get on with that. I can't. Like, if you have communists in the street marching up and down, holding communist signs, and doing nothing else, no violence, just marching and shouting and saying their piece, they should be protected. Same with fascists. You have fascists marching up and down, they should also be protected. Yes. You have to intervene only when someone starts violence, in my opinion. That is the principle. But thank you. Thank you for the donations. Scroll. Mr. Potato, $5. Hey, Dev, is there an archive or place to watch your D&D streams with Rags, Arch, and Sargon from the start? Like, all of the campaigns? They've kind of been scattered to the wind at this point, you know what I mean? I'm sure there will be an archive that'll appear at some point, Mr. Potato. A lot of them are on Arch's channel, though. Snardigan, $5. The market response to their trash is them facing the consequences. Consequences of their own actions include losing friends, associates, and jobs. Yeah, fair enough. Understood. Scroll. Yeah, Jesus. I've been going for 2 hours. We haven't even done the articles yet. Lee Sanction, $5. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but is the Vosh video still coming? It's on the back burner, to be honest. I'm working on some other things. I do want to do it one day, but like, so many people have done like amazing videos. It's on the back burner, I must admit. We've completed all the super chats, so thank you all. Am I going to be on the Archcast today? I did talk to Arch about it, and I think I am. Yes. Despite the problems with the other two, Arch has been pretty mature about the whole thing. Here, hold on a little bit. Is it time for the articles? Actually, you know what? I'm grabbing coffee, a second coffee, and then it's articles time. You did not complete all the super chats. I just did, Flattercats. Thanks for the 2 bits. I'm getting a coffee refill. Maybe I'll go to the washroom. Give me a bit. Give me a bit. Hey, Clay Castle, this is no recording. Here, you know what I'll do? You know what I'll do? You know what I'll do? Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to put on a bit of music for you guys while I get a coffee refill. Okay? BRB. Wait, it's not working. No, my music. Here's an L streamer moment right here. I get it. I get it. L streamer moment. Okay, here we go. Wow, that was a 15-minute break. Good thing I was gone, guys, the whole time. What's going on? How you guys doing? Yeah, I came back like halfway through the song. And decided to hang out. Dev, you just remained the worst at respecting other people's time. Well, we're all hanging out here, right? We're just like, we're chilling. Hope you get copyright claimed. Okay, actually, I gotta ask you guys. Here, hold on. Okay, did you like the song? Yes, no. Wait, where's the poll? I played his whole performance uninterrupted. Well, I got to a point where I was like, you know what? I've done half of it. I might as well do the whole thing, you know? I'm glad more you liked it than didn't like it. At least so far in the poll. Just real quick. Sorry. Crackalacken. Wait, Holtznader, are you leaving? You can't leave me here. I'm just about to start the show. I'm just about to start. Oh no. Okay. Lots of yeses. Okay. I'll do one more quick super chat refresh just to make sure that I haven't like missed anyone. And then we'll finally get to the show. $5, Highland Juggalo. I still prefer music. People walk around on crutches and the guy slams his dong crutch against the pole. Is that a fucking music? I've even heard of that before. But thank you. After 2.5 hours. We're having fun here, aren't we? Listen, don't you guys enjoy hanging out with me? I would hope you do. The yeses were all your alts. No, don't leave, Indirect Soda. No. Okay. To be honest, I should get this squared away, shouldn't I? I should get this all squared away because, frankly, Archcast starts at 4, I think. I've got 2 hours and change. So perhaps it is time. Perhaps it is time to go. To get going, I mean. Perhaps it's time. Making food while listening to the song was nice. Won't lie. Oh man, that coffee refresh is hitting nicely. Oh, that's good. Okay. Dev needs to hit ego death. My ego's too big. My ego's too big for that to happen. Oh wow, yes has ended at 69. That's great. Best possible number. Search for strangest theater performance ever, says Hylian Juggalo. Okay, what's that? Oh, the crutch thing. All right, I'll check it out. That looks fucking stupid as fuck. Okay. No, I'm not watching. That's a penis. I can't watch this on stream, but I'll watch it after. Okay. Dev, talk about Nick Rekieta. Isn't he going to fucking prison? Like I haven't watched the Nick Rekieta stuff that closely, but like isn't he fucked? Wasn't there like kids in his house and drugs and I think guns and like he was neglecting them? Like isn't Rekieta like just royally fucked? Deb just had a Rekieta bathroom break. Caught with 25 grams of cocaine and swinging. Well, I mean, the swinging thing is cringe, but do whatever you want. It's your personal business. The cocaine thing, that's a jailing. And don't do drugs around your fucking kids, you weirdos. Okay. And it all started with Sonichu. All right. His kids are not fed and smelly. Come on. Like, Rekieta, the fuck you doing? Feed your goddamn kids. Swinging is when you get, like, married couples together who are otherwise monogamous, and you basically swap partners, right? So, like, you'll have, like, 3 or 4 married couples who outside of this dynamic are monogamous, but they might go to like a swingers party, and in that party, everyone fucks everyone, regardless of who's married. The part about the swinging which sucks, it was another YouTuber's wife who found out she was cheating when she got arrested with them on stream. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. Actually, Mark, okay, I don't want to be insensitive here, right? Just out of curiosity, how many swinging jokes have there been, considering that X-Ray Girl is spending a month with Nerdrotic? Are they like constant or like I know she's doing it for work? Like I don't think anything's happening, but is like are people in like chat rooms getting up on you or like what's the scoop? Get him all the time. Nerdrotic's hitting that 10,000%. Jesus. What a weird thing to ask. Well, hold on. Like, what do you mean? It's a weird thing. It's fucking currently happening. No, I said specifically I don't think that the swinging's happening. I said specifically I don't think it's happening. You fucks. I'm not pursuing trauma. It is a weird thing to ask. Okay, I guess it's a weird thing to ask. I guess I fucked up. Sorry, Mark. Sorry, Mark. Okay, here. Let us begin. Thank you for all the super chats and support. Sorry for taking 2.5 hours, but you know what? We had fun today. Let's read some fucking nonsense, shall we? Let's get to it. Where's the button? Where is the button? Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. Blah. we go. Devin Dave swing. Fuck you. No, we don't. You fucking weirdo. Okay, here we go. Let's read some nonsense that you guys have sent in for me to go over and laugh at. Oh, hi, Mark. How is your sex life? Okay. The Dalai Lama told a cameraman, "You're fat. You need to go on a diet." Tibetan holy man shocks Channel 4 News crew after interview. Kathy Newman. Oh, Kathy Newman. The person who, like, strawman Jordan Peterson constantly? No. I didn't. Fuck you. Everyone in the chat's like, "Oh, you went to the Dalai Lama? Oh, you all have the same joke. You all have the same fucking joke." There he is. Wait, no, where's the article? Oh, you fucks. And now I'm stuck in this miniature hell. Hold on. Okay. Grumble. Grumble. No. Grumble. Grumble. Give me an article. Yep, archive time. Okay. I got an archive. Here it is. The Dalai Lama told a Channel 4 cameraman that he was fat and needed to go on a diet. Kathy Newman, fuck you, Kathy Newman, said the Tibetan holy man made the comment after she interviewed him on Channel 4 News in 2013. She told the Walking the Dog podcast, "I did meet the Dalai Lama. At the end of the interview, it was very funny because I had this cameraman called Graham, who sadly died not that many years afterwards." Did he die from being too fat? It was very sad. But he was a little rotund. At the end of the interview, the Dalai Lama pointed at him and said, "You're fat. You need to go on a diet." Graham was open-mouthed in astonishment at this rudeness from the Dalai Lama. I thought it was hilarious. He was giving us diet tips by the end. In the interview, more than a decade ago, the 14th and current Dalai Lama condemned Buddhist violence against Muslims. He also admitted that he would be happy if his successor were to be a woman, saying they should take a more active role within the Buddhist religion. Okay. Yep, this is... Okay. Recalling the interview, Miss Newman said she didn't think she would be a particularly good Buddhist, and that she just couldn't get to grips with meditation. She said, "I think I'd be a useless Buddhist. I can't get meditation at all. That's such a waste of time. I watch the television, though, so I suppose that's my equivalent of meditation." No, it's not, Kathy Newman. Kathy Newman is a fucking brainlet, guys. If you saw her against Jordan Peterson, it was fucking ridiculous. She's nuts. She's a brainlet. It's as simple as that. But okay, there we go. Now, to be fair, guys, your pal Dev here has lost 15 pounds since the diet's begun. Oh yeah, it's happening, boys. We've passed the 5-pound water weight barrier. It's going down. It's happening. It feels good, man. Feels good. Now, I've still got maybe 80 more pounds to go before I hit my my high school peak. But, you know, losing another 60 would be nice. That'd be pretty good, you know? Yeah. Share my diet. The honest truth is, I hate to say it, but Vyvanse was a 1-2 punch for me. Vyvanse is like an ADHD medication. And one thing Vyvanse did was it allowed me to stay focused, so I didn't need to snack anymore. I didn't lose focus and get bored and go and munch away in the kitchen. And secondly, it also physically reduces appetite as a side effect. So unfortunately, this is not a matter of like super virtue bursting through finally. You're cheating with drugs. No, here's the thing. I didn't get the prescription because I wanted to lose weight. The losing weight is a side effect. I got the prescription because I wanted to get my fucking ADHD symptoms under control. And it did. It worked. That worked pretty well, actually. It's one of those things where, like, I managed to get something like 75% of my desired improvements just from good habit forming and trying to force myself to do it. And I just couldn't get the final 25%. So I decided to try medication to see if it worked. And to be honest, it worked very well. It worked very well. So the Sonic Chew has chosen Dev as the new host. Anyway, worked well for me so far. Let's keep going. Oh yeah, Swiftsword. Here's the thing, Swiftsword. One positive situation regarding ADHD medication is that the good habits that you form persist very strongly after you get off the meds. And I've noticed that too, right? Like now that I've formed habits of things that I do instead of snacking, even when I'm off the meds, because sometimes I go off of them, I still maintain the habits pretty well. So it's actually probably good to like be on the medication for a while, form a bunch of new good habits, and then go off the meds and realize that even if your symptoms aren't being fully treated, your habits can now make up the difference. Your new habits, you know what I mean? So that's probably going to be my my path forward. Is I'll kind of go forward with this until the habits are where I want them to be, and then I'll start experimenting with lowering the dose and maybe going off of it and seeing what happens. And if I relapse, I'll go back on it, right? But because I don't want to be one of those people who are just constantly medicated for the rest of my life. But I'm going to give it a go. We'll see. Did you ever do a video on how Jordan Peterson has changed since 2016? You want to watch his old videos? They're great. Now it's getting bleak. Yeah, I want to do that video. I don't know how I do it, but I want to do it. Jordan Peterson 2016 was fucking incredible, and now he's like lost his mind, and it's sad to see. I think post coma Jordan Peterson is he's kind of lost his marbles, you know. Sucks. R.I.P. So let's read this new article here. Emotional support alligator. Emotional support alligator has been denied entry into a baseball stadium. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy. Listen. I know you always see like sometimes you see a blind person going around with a dog, fair enough. Sometimes, oh man, I saw like a very clearly, obviously non-trans, like non-passing trans person at the workplace that I used to work at before becoming a YouTuber. And they were walking through and they had like, you know, the receding hairline and the very mannish figure, and like it just wasn't fucking working for them at all. But they were holding a dog in their arms. And it was not like a huge dog, but it wasn't a small dog either. It was like a medium-sized dog. And this dog wore a vest that said emotional support animal. And I'm just like, holy fuck. You actually just need an emotional support animal to go outside? And I was like, you know what? You probably do, considering what you look like. So fair enough. Fair enough. So, an emotional support alligator has been denied entry into a baseball stadium. Joey Henney took Wally the alligator to the home of the Philadelphia Phillies ahead of their game against Pittsburgh on Wednesday, much to the surprise of onlookers. Wally, or Wally Gator, is considered a support animal and has tens of thousands of followers on social media, where he is often seen being hugged or kissed. Well, there we go. Wally the alligator on TikTok, guys. Speaking to Sky News, Mr. Henney said they had not gone to watch the match, but they were due to meet the players. By the time they arrived, the team were busy warming up. It was no big deal, he said. Yeah, he said, adding this simply turned and went home. We were going to go down. We were going to go in down below the stadium, but they were practicing for the game and couldn't have visitors. They're going to get a hold of us before they can go to their next game, he claimed. Soon players will get to meet him. Citizen Bank Park's policy on support animals is posted on the Phillies' official website. It states that guide dogs, service animals, or service animals in training are welcome. All other animals are prohibited. Well, are emotional support animals also service animals? I guess not, eh? The alligator identifies as a dog. But up. Let's see. Mr. Henney, who rescues reptiles, said he first met Wally after his friend captured him in Florida and dropped him off as a joke in September of 2015. The joke's on him now. Oh my god, here he is. Walking the emotional support alligator. Wally won't ever bite, and no one knows why, and even his food must be dead and handed to him. He's since helped Mr. Henney through depression, who claims he is every bit a support animal. He's got a lot of people's attention. He's famous for his cases. Okay, so this is like a gator that won't actually kill anything. It refuses to kill things. It'll only eat dead meat. So and it helped Mr. Henney through his depression. So he is an emotional support animal. Is this the story that I'm reading? It's a Buddhist gator. Ooh. He's the best boy? Yeah, kind of. You know, you guys recall seeing, like, the vegan who has, like, a dog? And it's like, my dog's vegan, too. We're all vegan here. And you know what? It's totally his choice. I'm going to put down the vegan food and the non-vegan food. And I'm going to show you. And the dog immediately jumps on the meat. And she's like, no, don't do it. You guys have seen that shit, right? It's fucking funny. Okay. Let's continue. Republican National Committee headquarters have been locked down after being sent 2 vials of blood. Jesus Christ, guys. This is fucking wild. Okay. The RNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. was put under lockdown Wednesday morning after someone sent vials of blood to the building. Capitol Police responded to the scene at 7:45 a.m. after a report of a suspicious package. The package contained 2 vials of blood and was cleared by the Hazardous Incident Response Team. The source of the package and its contents are under investigation. HIV attack? Maybe. Could be. What if it's like people at the RNC are like, we're casting an evil demonic spell because we are from the government and we're shady like that. We need 2 vials of the blood of innocent virgins. Send it over, quick. We ran out of innocent virgin blood. Quickly, before the pentagram fades. The adrenochrome made it to the wrong Republican. It is unclear if a suspect is in custody. The road to the RNC headquarters was reopened to traffic and Capitol Police left the scene. Okay. So just vial of fucking blood sent. Things are getting crazy, all right? Like, I don't care which political party you side with, but, you know, like, it's one thing to vote against them, to say they have bad policy, etc. This is ridiculous. Like, attacking their headquarters. Too far. Whether it's Republican or Democrat. Too far. And yeah, it's like, it's just blood. I get it, haha. But like, on some level, it doesn't really matter because it's whatever. But on another level, it is clearly an intimidation tactic. It's clearly intimidation. And it's not good. It's not good, guys. Fondue, $2. Feminist menstrual ritual. Okay. Feminist menstrual ritual. Kevin PH, $5. What do you have to say to some of us that agree with you on jobs and capitalism, but want to do our own thing, self-employ, take our own path and all? Go for it, man. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Like, I own my own business, sure. Yeah, man. Of course. Go for it. There's always going to be personality types who want to be a bit more disconnected from like other people, and you should be able to do that, you know? Go open your business, dude. Seriously. Like it's not for everyone doing that sort of thing. You need like a certain personality type to do it, but it is a great way for like to flourish, basically, you know what I mean? Let's go. But thank you for the donations. South Korea, plastic surgery clinic fined for Tower of Bones. Oh my god, it's a tower of fucking bones. Patients' names are written on the bones. Oh my Jesus, dude. Like, is this normal? I guess not. A plastic surgery clinic in South Korea, in Seoul, has been fined for displaying a decorative tower made of bone removed from patients' chins. Oh, this is going to be like facial feminization surgery, right? The clinic posted a photo of the installation on its website in an attempt to promote its surgeon skills. The bone fragments were carved from the chins of around 1,000 patients, hoping to achieve slimmer-looking faces, and each has the owner's name written on it. The picture went viral on social media, prompting a member of the public to complain to local authorities. So I do know, like, facial feminization surgery for trans women is when they go and they'll like shave off the bone in the chin to make the face look more feminine. However, it's not just trans women who get that. There's like guys who want to be like K-pop actors or twinks or you know what I mean, like be a femboy. They get facial feminization surgery too. And yeah, you can also get masculinization surgery as well. Though I'm not sure if that means facial masculinization surgery means that you're like grabbing a bone out of the pile and putting it back into your face to make your jaw bigger. I don't know if that's the case. Also, did you guys hear my voice give out just there? It hasn't done that before. Uh-oh. Is my throat actually fucked? Oh no. I gotta go to the doctors, dude. I gotta go to the doctors. Fuck. I gotta go to that throat doctor, dude. Okay, so. The clinic was ordered to remove the tower and fined around 3 million won, which is £1,600 in the UK or $27.50 in the US. For violating medical waste disposal regulations. To put the fine in context, the jawbone shaving operation costs about 3.5 million won, the paper says. The law requires hospitals to store surgical remains in special containers and transport them to be incinerated in designated vehicles. A Vyvanse side effect, like losing my voice? I don't think so. I've been losing my voice since before I got Vyvanse. Or like my, it's not blowjobs, you fuck. Okay. No, I said it at the start of the stream. My voice has become noticeably more gravelly in the past few years. And I think it's because I'm doing a lot of speaking, a lot of like streaming, recording, a lot of this stuff. And I think it's starting to take a toll on my voice. So I need to basically go see a throat doctor. So no, I'm not smoking. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I drink coffee. But like, it just seems to be strained from talking so much. So I'll have to see. Anyway. So yeah, they're fined 3 million won. Okay. That's that. All right. Still. Fucking wild, dude. It's crazy. What is this one? Oh yes. Porn actress Julia Ann has announced porn with Ukrainian military amputees. It will be released on July 4th on Pornhub, and all proceeds from viewing will be going to the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Thankfully, her nipples here in these shots are covered up by the Ukrainian military symbol. But yeah. She says, I am happy that I can finally tell you about my movie in which I became the creative and idea director, producer, and of course played the female lead. My movie will make visible the people who have lost a piece of themselves to preserve the integrity of their homeland. I wanted to show how sexy and hot such men can be. All the proceeds of the movie on Pornhub will go to help the Ukrainian army. Yeah, I know, Mark. Mark, you lost a leg during your military service, Mark. So as soon as I saw this, I was like, okay, so you could probably pretend to be Ukrainian and get in on this, you know? Like here, this is kind of weird, right? This is kind of weird because, you know, regardless of how you feel about the politics of the war, you cannot deny that anyone who joins the military, who serves their country, is certainly some level of hero, especially in Ukraine, where you have the Ukrainians who are fighting to defend their territory from an invasion. Even if you ultimately side with Russia, like politically, which I don't, by the way, but even if you do, you cannot simply say that like the individual Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting aren't in some ways doing something heroic. Because of course they are. They're fighting for their country. So I get it, but it is just kind of strange for a porn actress to be like, I'm going to go overseas and just have sex with amputated Ukrainian soldiers. You know what I mean? It's kind of strange. ARPRA. Oh my God, ARPRA is coming in with the objection. Anyone who joins their military is some kind of hero, especially during the Second World War and especially in Germany. Okay, I will add a caveat for conscripts because conscripts are forced to do it. If you're forced to do it, there's no heroism in it, right? But yeah, here's the thing, like of course there were non-evil Nazi soldiers, of course. I mean that's the main reason that like after the war those soldiers still got like their service pension or whatever you call it. I think it's the GI Bill in America, but like you get paid for serving your country, right? My grandfather fought on the side of the Italians in the Second World War, and he got his pension from the Italian government all the way up till he died. Like you can say that the politics that you're fighting for, it's a bad political side, but to say that they're just all blanket evil and that's that, and there's nothing good or virtuous about your enemies is just not true. It's just not true. We have to have more nuance than that. Emi Hoshino, $5. Thank you. Amputee exploitation isn't what I predicted for today. There is no good or evil, only power. Voldemort. God damn it, that's not what I'm saying. Dev's granddad was a fascist based. Yeah, my grandfather was a medic, actually. He wasn't a soldier, he was a medic in the army. Okay, let's continue on. OnlyFans model accused of killing boyfriend called him a racial slur in cell phone recordings. Oh my God. So, hold on. OnlyFans model is the white girl. The boyfriend is the black guy. And hold on, let's just see this here. Wait, do we want to listen to the audio? Hold on here. I got my headphones out again. We'll listen to it. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it, guys. Let's listen to it.
So shut up and let me slap you, dumb. You're not gonna slap me. Give me my phone.
Oh my God.
Chilling audio, prosecutors say, illustrates
the
toxic relationship between social media model Courtney Clenny and her boyfriend Christian Obumseli. In this next clip, Clenny can be heard screaming, cursing, and using a racial slur, seemingly angry that Obumseli said hello to another woman on a bike ride and didn't tell her about it.
Oh my God, dude, that's wild.
Courtney, I was on a bike ride and she passed me and I said hi. You and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you to act and call me a
Oh my god, dude.
Yes, yes, thank you. Coming from Courtney, thank you. I want you to get away from me.
The recordings were made by
Holy
Obumseli
shit.
seemingly in secret, sometime before he was stabbed in the chest by Clenny in April. Clenny
Jesus.
claims it was self-defense.
Decide whether or not you're done,
I
Kathleen.
am mad that you told me to come.
Decide right now.
Courtney, that's
This bitch is fucking crazy, dude.
I asked you so many
Yep,
times that I
yep.
don't know, and I apologize.
You
But
do.
you
This
hit
dude's got to walk away from this.
Also released today, new
Oh my
photos
God.
showing the bloody crime scene in the apartment and elevator. Clenny's body
tried to
apparently
fix her, didn't
covered
work.
in Obumseli's blood. The pictures and audio evidence in discovery. NBC6 obtained them through
Yeah,
a
he
public
should've
records
left.
request. Clenny is in jail charged with second-degree murder. Clenny's attorneys from the beginning have maintained that she was the victim. In a statement, Clenny's attorneys argue the release of evidence will make it impossible to get a fair trial, saying in part, quote, she's not going to trial for her lifestyle, her previous arguments, or recorded rants. She's going to trial for...
Oh, it just ended. Well, okay. Don't load a new thing. Fuck you. Go away. Okay. Yeah, an OnlyFans model accused of fatally stabbing her boyfriend in their Miami apartment called him a racial slur. It sounded like the N-word. She was arrested in Hawaii in August while she was in rehab for substance abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder. She was charged with second-degree murder with a deadly weapon. So, like, it's hard to tell just from little bits of recordings, right? Because she sounds unhinged. He sounds like he's kind of getting walked on and has to, like, walk away, obviously. From those clips. But it could be that he actually was abusive in ways that we don't get to see from these clips, right? Like, we can't know. We can't truly know. But with what we have right now, it does not look good for her. You know what I mean? It does not look good for her. NBC obtained the recordings, which show very little video, through a records request with the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office. In one of them, the couple appeared to be arguing about Obumseli saying hello to a girl on a bike ride. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Like, yeah, honestly, there's some actual abuser tactics going on here that I can recognize. What's going on? He asks. Are you going to get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you? And she screams, drop your high pitch. Yeah, so, like, this is when, like, she wants to be angry. She wants a reason to be angry. So even if he's trying to reconcile, she'll pick at something, right? She'll pick at something to say, no. Oh, I'm late on this one, says the big AEC. This was not self-defense, it turns out. Well, where did this story go after this article? Because I haven't kept up with the story. Yep. He starts to apologize. She cuts him off. Shut up and let me fucking slap you. Yeah, so, like, this is ridiculous, right? Like, okay, let me think. There's, like, this just seems ridiculous. Yeah. There's instances where in relationships you have, like, a pre-existing arrangement where hitting's actually okay. As fucked as that sounds from the outside, if you've been in a relationship that is serious, you know, right? Like, if you've kind of worked it out with your girlfriend that, like, she can, like, hit you a bit up to a point, and you can hit her a bit up to a point. And I don't mean in terms of, like, a sexual thing. I mean in terms of, like, I'm frustrated with you, so I'm gonna smack you up the back of the head because like, you fucked up. And as long as that's, like, negotiated beforehand, that's not necessarily abusive. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, there's some level where physical violence is abusive and some level where it's not. And it depends on the relationship and what's been negotiated beforehand. Everyone in the chat says, like, you and Naomi. Fuck you. I mean, the answer to that is yes, though. Because, like, here's the thing. Naomi and I hit each other all the time on stream. It's part of the fun, right? Like, I'll do something dumb and she'll smack me or I'll smack her. And, like, we're always talking about it. Like, okay, like, was that okay? Was that too much? Was that too hard? Are you okay with this? And we always talk about it afterwards. Because that's part of the fun of the gaming stream. We're putting on a show for viewers. You know what I mean? We're putting on a show. And even when you're not putting on a show, there's still, like, even when you're just, like, in your private life, there's still, like, some level of there's still some level of appropriateness here. Do you know what I mean? And for every couple, that's going to be different, you know? Like, it might be the case that for some couples, when the guy does something stupid, the girl smacks him in the head for being so dumb. And that's abusive because they didn't negotiate that. And that's not good. And he doesn't like it. Or for other couples, maybe it's okay. You know, maybe they said, you know what, this is appropriate for us and we're okay with this. It really depends on what the relationship is. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think that applies here when she's screaming, "Shut up and let me fucking slap you." Do you know what I mean? Yeah, see, some people say in the chat, like, smacking is a deal breaker. You know, fair enough, of course. Some people are like that. That's okay, you know? Like, for me, it would probably be a deal breaker for me if Naomi got angry and, like, threw something and it broke, like a dish. I'd be like, okay, we're fucking done. Like, that's ridiculous. But, like, if we hit each other on, like, the arm, that's okay, in my opinion. I'm okay when I'm okay when she does it to me, you know? Kevin RH, $5. Is that on the live stream thumbnail, the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu? What did she do? There's an article in here about it. That's why she's on the thumbnail. We'll get to it. Don't worry. So yeah, this seems ridiculous, doesn't it? The video was from February, about a month after they moved into their Miami apartment, and she murdered him in April. She was very, very, very violent. The conduct referring to the N-word is offensive. I had to share all this with the family, and they are devastated yet again. They had been in a relationship since November of 2020. Fucking hell, dude. Police have been called on the couple several times. In body camera video prosecutors released last month, Clenny asked an officer for a restraining order against him. A 911 recording from the day he died was also released. In it, Clenny apologizes to her boyfriend and tells the operator that her boyfriend is dying of a stab wound. He is heard in the call repeatedly saying he can't feel his arms. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. She appeared under the name Courtney Taylor and had 2 million followers on Instagram and OnlyFans. Holy fuck. I'm going to see what this chick's all about real quick. So someone in Twitch said that there's an update to the story. Is there? Her parents got remanded for hiding evidence. She's been abusing him for years and it went too far this time. It's a train wreck. Holy shit, dude. Fucking wild. Okay, Courtney Taylor. Instagram. Damn, dude. I mean, she is cute, but is it worth getting stabbed over? This is her most recent. What do you think the comments are going to be like? Simps. Nothing but simps. Disgusting. This is from before the stabbing. Is her account locked down? There's like no new comments on any of this stuff about what happened. Okay. Let's see her OnlyFans. Courtney Taylor OnlyFans. Courtney Taylor OnlyFans. Your favorite platinum porn star. She's a porn star? Wait, subscribe for free? I'll click that button. Oh, I gotta sign in. Fuck that. Does she have a Twitter account? Probably someone who check her SM comments and moderates. I mean, maybe, but like she's in jail now. Like, who cares? Okay, what's on her pinned on Twitter? Just tons of "You're so beautiful." Wait, someone posted an hour ago. Is it a different Courtney Taylor? It is a different Courtney Taylor. How many fucking Courtney Taylor are there? Jesus, come on. It is a pretty generic name. Yeah. It is a pretty generic name, you know? I get it. Wait. Okay, yeah, I found the actual account. It was a different account. Okay, here we go. Here's her last post. Getting a pedi and a manicure. What color should I get? How about orange? Blood red. You're going to prison. Don't need nails where you're going. Get something that'll match your outfit. Right to jail, right away. Oh my God. That's funny. Let's continue on, though. Cyberpunk 2077. Hold on a second. Okay. Cyberpunk 2077. The Witcher developer CD Projekt Red introduces menstrual leave for employees. Wait, menstrual leave? Hold on. Wait. Oh, I thought it was pregnancy leave for a minute. Menstrual leave? A week out of every fucking month. The policy will be implemented on April 1st and permits April Fools and permits employees to take off as much time off as they need, whether that be a few hours or entire days. CD Projekt Red, the studio behind Cyberpunk, has announced it will now offer menstrual leave for employees experiencing menstrual-related pain. The company publicly announced the new policy on March 30 via Twitter. Let's see the Twitter. We're proud to offer menstrual leave. Well, here's Banu Black. He's a moderator here, but he's only around sometimes. His work keeps him away from the channel, but he's been a moderator for years. Last time I checked, asking like being a woman is a physical handicap was sexist. Wow. Okay. I don't want to keep clicking show spam because I may get like porn because Twitter's like a shithole right now. Okay. So it was them who sent the vials to the RNC. Thanks, Fondue. Thank you. Okay. We are proud to offer menstrual leave to employees. Team members can now focus on their comfort and health by taking time off when suffering from period pain. It's all about inclusivity and fostering a supportive workplace. All right. It's time for me to get some menstrual leave going, boys. I got to eat a real fat bean-filled burrito and then make the claim. Did I miss your super chat? I'll check real quick, okay? Let me just... Oop. Nightmare for $5, thank you, said, war is murder, conscription is slavery, taxation is theft. I don't agree. I mean, hold on. Let me so... The taxation is theft thing is technically true, but it's like a necessary and sometimes even tolerable form of theft because there's no non-coercion option. Same with conscription. Same with war, to be honest. You're not going to have a world without those things. Okay, so let's see here. The policy comes after CD Projekt Red's sister company, GOG, introduced the benefit last year. GOG's usually pretty good, but rip GOG. According to CD Projekt Red's public relations representative Ola Sondej, the studio spent the last few months observing GOG's experience with the policy before ultimately decided to follow its steps. Sondej said the team ultimately found the benefit boosted an environment where menstruating team members can feel more comfortable and supported to achieve their individual potential. In addition, the benefit represents another step in creating an inclusive work environment. It's not equal, though, is it? Non-menstruators don't get this. According to Sondej, the policy will be implemented on April 1st and permits employees to take as much time off as they need, whether that be a few hours or entire days. Well, you know what? I'm gonna take weeks off at a time. Make sure to pay me for them. Pay me for them. It's paid, right? Oh, it's leave, but not paid leave. Oh, It could just be taking time off. The biggest impact does not stem from the fact you can take a day off when you feel physically unwell. It stems from the fact that you work at a place that actually notices that this issue exists. This makes me feel more confident. Sondej added that CD Projekt Red employees who do not menstruate have been just as enthusiastic about the policy, stating that the response has been positive and that she has felt supported and cheered on by her fellow team members. The progressive policy has garnered a lot of support online as well and represents a positive shift in CD Projekt Red's workplace culture. Back in 2020, the company came under fire after CD Projekt Red studio head Adam Badowski defended the studio entering a mandatory crunch period leading up to the release of Cyberpunk 2077. Since then, however, the company has made strides to be more employee-friendly, publicly promising The Witcher 4 will not utilize crunch practices during development. According to Sondej, since starting at the studio late last year, she has felt planned and catered for, as well as impressed by the studio's emphasis on diversity and providing employees with the right tools to report any misconduct. We get many cool perks. We can bring our dogs to the office. We often have upskilling workshops and well-being seminars. For those who need a helping hand, we also facilitate psychological help. I know it might sound cheesy, but despite being new, I really feel at home. I also feel like I can speak up here, which is great. So here's the thing, right? Like, you don't want an environment where you're just like rat fucking your employees, you know? You're just like raping them and you're extracting as much from them as you can without giving them fucking anything, you know? Just like destroying them and churning them into a fucking machine and spitting them out and replacing them. You don't want that. But you also can't have a workplace where you go in and get like 30 minutes of work done on your work day. And otherwise you're just spending time at like training seminars and psychological like counseling and all this like all these cool perks, right? You need some middle ground here. And they're clearly going too far in the other direction. You know what I mean? $10, Harley and Juggalo, thank you. How about you get an annual form to personally choose where your taxes go instead of the uncertainty that the person who you vote for does it. You presented the options on tax day. The issue with that plan is that it probably hamstrings the government too much because, like, if, for example, a road really needs to be built or a bridge or something, and everyone's voted to put their government taxes somewhere else, and then you just can't build the bridge because a bunch of money is being sent somewhere like that doesn't really need to go. You know, the government needs flexibility to spend its money the way that it thinks it should be spent, right? I think that's reasonable. Because, you know, if all the rich people live in one location, like say LA and New York, they're not going to know what the needs are of people who live in flyover states, right? Like farm country. And so when the government says, you know what, all you rich people can decide where your taxes go, rich people will be like, well, okay, then. They're not going to choose to put tax money towards areas they don't live in because they don't know what's going on there. You know what I mean? Let's continue on, guys. Let's continue on. Normal man, judge with dozens of child porn. Okay, hold on. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at the child porn thing. I'm not laughing at the child porn thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm not laughing at the child porn thing. Okay. Normal man. A 45-year-old normal man has been charged in connection with an investigation by the town is called Normal. We're just normal men. Oh my god. Someone's got to like send this. Someone's got to send. Hold on. You know what we're going to do? Okay. Real quick. Can I do this? Can I do this? Okay. Just real quick here. Okay. Here we go. I'll save it. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send it to Craig. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I'll show the tweet once I post it. Just give me a second. Hold on. Come on, computer, figure it out. Here we go. Okay. Just hold. Here, guys. We're just normal men. Wait. Wait, I'm following Craig. What does it mean I'm not following? Okay, fuck you, Twitter. Okay. Normal men charged with dozens of child porn accounts faces years in prison. Okay, here. I'm going to post the tweet in the chat. Okay. Oh, thanks, my driver. I didn't know that. Here. You guys send that over to Craig, okay? I'll post it. Or like, no, just retweet it. Make sure, like, I don't know if he's around today. Just make sure he gets his eyes on it. So, like, would you fucking paste? Come on. Yeah, I'll post it in Twitter. Not Twitter, Twitch chat as well. So yeah, everyone hit that with some retweets and some likes. Let's pump it up. I want him to like look at it and do a double take, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I use the snipping tool constantly as well, dude. Fucking constantly. Yeah. Awesome. What a ridiculous fucking... Okay. Okay. So, okay, enough jokes. A 45-year-old normal man has been charged in connection with an investigation by that town's police department into child exploitation allegations. The investigation started in last August, and on Thursday, the department announced that Chad W. Muse... Chad? The guy's name is Chad? Okay. Chad W. Muse, he got hit with 41 counts of possession of child porn. The investigation was initiated through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, assigned to Detective Kendra DeRosa, who worked with the Illinois Attorney General's office. Okay, yep. Class 3 and Class 2 felonies. Fucking wild, dude. Fuck this guy. He will be in court June 23rd. What a Chad name. Fuck. Oh, yes. Okay. This is from Archive of Our Own. This is kind of important. I read in passing that Archive of Our Own, AOOO, otherwise known as AO3. I read in passing that AO3 gets a lot of donations because people love it so much to my older sister. I also mentioned that I write and read fanfics. Her reaction was to send this. I've mentioned before that I read fanfic, and her first reaction was to say it was trash. Okay, so listen. You guys know what Archive of Our Own is? Because if you don't, you'll figure out pretty soon. Okay. How AO3 feels after allowing incest, bestiality, CP, real person fanfiction, neo-Nazis, fatphobia, misogynoir, radfems, smut of real serial killers and school shooters, harassment, witch hunting, racism, harmful stereotypes, and grooming. And that's a meme, I guess. So is it a shocker that AO3 is not the progressive, open, safe website it's seen as? Well, here's the thing. Progressive, open, and safe are not all the same things. All right? There's a lot of progressive things that are quite closed, in fact. $2, Kevin. Where you have an RFK Jr. The brainworm story, I believe it. That guy's fucking retarded. So, are you not connecting the dots with the website allowing racist fics, including race play / race fetish content? Because that is racism, as fetishization contributes to dehumanization, and dehumanization is a big part of racism. Meaning they very much support the dehumanization of people of color, content, and behavior contributing to their harm. And AO3 being run by Zionists, people who support the dehumanization of POC, content, and behavior contributing to their harm. Okay, so. And then a text back and forth between the people. Oops, don't like it. Oh, no. Yeah, don't like it, don't read it. Donating to something doesn't mean you something you love doesn't mean hating or not donating to something else. It's a racist website, and I don't donate to it. Don't condone it either. Okie dokie. I don't write nor read those fanfics. If you want to support authors, donate to Web Archive or something, or Wikipedia. So the context here, I'll read it right here. All right. It's important to understand fandom history to understand why AO3 operates the way that it does. The site was created in response to other fanfic sites, this is back in the day, back in the 90s and early 2000s, mass purging queer content because of moral outrage. So they were founded with the principle that everything legal under US law will always be allowed there. No censorship, no surprise rule changes, no fan works people have poured their hearts into being lost because of homophobes protesting. Give me a second here. Hold on. Okay. And yes, that means they will also host some things that people find morally reprehensible. It's an archive, not a curated space where other creators endorse what's posted there. They definitely don't allow actual child porn because that's illegal. Fanfic about underage characters is not child porn by law. Nor do they allow harassment, grooming, or anything like that involving actual users on the platform. The run by Zionist thing is just not true. We don't know what the people running AO3 believe in regards to Israel-Palestine. So basically the site was founded in an era where purging what we would now call LGBTQ content was common online. And so they founded basically an open forum where as long as it's legal under US law, it will be allowed. No matter how distasteful, no matter who objects. But now, as we all know, the pendulum swung the other way. Back in the day, it was religious rightoids who wanted to purge this sort of content on the internet. And now it's progressive leftists who want to purge content they don't approve of on the internet. But they are fundamentally a free speech maximalist platform as far as the US Constitution will allow. So the left supported them back in the day. The left is coming after them right now. This is the thing. Like, wait, I think my chat froze. Yeah, I see chats appearing on the screen, but they're not appearing for my YouTube studio. I gotta refresh. Hold on. Unless you guys are actually quiet and I'm just like being stupid. You guys still here? I didn't disconnect, right? Like, Kevin PH, $5. Thank you. What are your thoughts on high-speed rail in North America and nationalizing railroads for easier passenger transport? Making high-speed rail work in America is going to be a lot harder just because of the size of the United States compared to a place like Japan. and just because of the lack of centralization and standardization in the United States as compared to a place like China. You know, China has many, many, many downsides, and I would not want to live in China. But one upside as a result of their centralization is that they can very easily put together massive projects like that. Chat slowed down a little. No, I lost a bunch of viewers, like all in one go, and then a bunch started coming back. So I wonder if my stream disconnected a little bit. But okay, you know, if it turns out that people are quiet, that's just how it is, you know. $20 from Navis Nobelite. Thank you very much. I very appreciate it. Hi Dev. I know you viewed me as that guy. What do you mean by that guy? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. But I honestly love your political work. You are lacking in medical or biological areas, which are things I'm educated in. If you are wrong about something, how do we inform you? Best by DMing me or posting at me on Twitter some evidence that I can read, right? Because if you come into the chat and claim that you're a doctor and then say, here's why you're wrong, blah, 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 like, I'll just be like, okay, but you could just be LARPing though, right? So like post me an article or a study or something that I can like look over independently of your own opinion, basically. Because I try to read everything that everyone sends me. I do my best. Anyway. Anyway, in regards to this, I don't know enough about AO3 to make an actual video about it. It seems like an interesting rabbit hole that I just don't have time to go down. But it is an example of, you know, the pendulum swinging back, the left now wanting censorship. We all know the story, right? Let's keep going. They're not looking at the unintended consequences. A study highlights concerning toxins found in paper straws. Oh my god, guys. Does it turn out that those paper fucking straws were terrible? Is that what's going on here? A recent study out of Belgium has discovered paper straws containing poly and perfluoroalkyl, whatever the fuck, substances. They're also known as forever chemicals. The research found that paper straws were more likely to be contaminated with PFAS than any other type of straw. We know that these are toxic, harmful, persistent, and bioaccumulative compounds. If they accumulate, we know they are immunotoxic. So basically, everyone complained about plastic straws because they get stuck in animals like orifices, or animals eat them or whatever. Everyone remembers that very dramatic photo of the turtle with the straw stuck in its nose like both ways, and how like the guy had to pull it out and it started bleeding. Like everyone remembers that story. But it turns out that the paper straws, rather than the plastic ones, have all these chemicals in them that have all these chemicals in them that basically, well, what's a good way to put this? They're not like visible to the naked eye, if that makes sense. They kind of like leach out of the straw in ways that aren't going to be very sensationalized in terms of like a straw sticking out of a turtle's nose, but it still nonetheless harms the economy. And it does seem to be the case that for your average person, environmental activism only goes insofar as what they can see. Do you know what I mean by this? Like, you show a picture of a turtle with a straw in its nose, or like a bird with like a 6-pack can holder ring plastic thing, whatever it's called, around its neck, and people rightfully feel bad for that and say we have to clean this up, we have to change it. I mean the environment, not zero fucks. We must change this, and yes, we must change that. But then when it comes to like chemicals that no one detects and no one sees, people just, it's much easier to like not know about it and not care. Do you know what I mean? It has to be like people have to see the problem in order to care about it, if that makes sense. Vitek 25, thank you. Paper straws, so eco-friendly, they decompose before you're finished drinking. Also, apparently a turtle is the only documented case of that happening. Yeah, people, you know what's, okay, here. Everyone has this bias, including me, because I just did it, right? You see a video or a picture of a turtle with a straw in its nose, and you think, well, how often does that happen? You know, we have one instance, but are there like 20 instances for every one that we see? Is this common? Is it just so happen that you just managed to catch it on film this time, but it's actually all over the place? Or was it, or is there a video of it because it's actually very, very rare and you never see this? And that's why the video was captured, because they realized it was rare. Like, you can't truly know, but people tend to default of thinking that what they see captured on film is actually happening off film or off video all the time. That's a default. And everyone seems to default to that assumption, even though there's serious problems with that way of thinking. Another great example that I've seen, again, to go back to the obvious well, when you go to the 2020 election, people like there were viral videos of like a person down an alleyway, like holding their camera around the corner as like a truck drives up and opens up from the back, and like boxes of ballots come out and go into the building. And the person posts the video with the caption of, "Oh my God, you guys, I found a truck and Biden is personally injecting ballots into the system. Tens of thousands of ballots. Where did they come from, guys? Oh my God. How many more of these trucks are driving around right now that we don't even know about?" And everyone goes, "Oh my God, dude, like, are there thousands that we're not getting recorded of? Like, oh my God." And it turns out that what's actually happening is that those ballots came from like a town outside the city where like they went to like their local community center or their local school to vote. And then they were sealed up in boxes, put into the truck, and then they drove into the city to be counted at the counting center. Like, completely normal behavior. But because it was posted with a specific caption, everyone began to think that there was like some dark intent there, and that like it was happening everywhere. But there's no proof of it, right? There's no proof of it. Yeah, see, here we go. Yeah, Friends Booty says, "Here we go. Dev is election coping again." You're not even listening to what I'm saying, all right? Because here, assume that I'm wrong, right? Assume that I'm wrong and that specific truck actually was injecting ballots into the system, right? You can't know from that one video how often that's happening. That's the point that I'm making this time, okay? Is that people default to thinking that what they see on a video that goes viral is actually happening everywhere, when that's not necessarily true. It could be on a video because it actually almost never happens. Same with COVID-19. While they were saying the country has 100 cases, there are 100 observed cases since testing wasn't widespread in January 2020. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly, yeah. Not Available says, "What was the deal with boarding up windows for people observing again?" I mean, I can show you that if you like. Okay, so, real quick. Videos. Okay, is this it? This would be it. Yeah. Show me the dramatic video that we all saw. Show it to me, you fucks. Are you even in here? Okay, you're not in here. Dab it up, bup, dab it up, bup, dab it up, bup, dab it up, bup. I can't see it. Is it here? Because we all saw where like they were holding up it was like Bristol board or cardboard or something against the window. We all saw that. I recall. Yeah, okay, I found a picture of it at least. Yeah, this. Okay, I got it. Right, so here we'll go over it real quick. So yeah, this is from back in the day. The scene at Detroit's absentee ballot counting center is growing more heated. The windows are now being covered up. Allegations of violations. Secretary of State says she welcomes challenges. So, everyone saw this video go viral, right? Everyone saw this video go viral. And they're saying, "Oh my God, they're preventing counters from viewing things. What the hell, dude? What's going on?" In actuality, what's going on is that both Republican and Democrat counters were already in the building, and these were protesters who wanted to come in and see the count for themselves. That was what actually happened. And they said, no, you can't fucking see the count for yourself because ballots are supposed to be private. Only the actual poll watchers get to see them, and also the counter themselves, right? Random people who are protesting outside cannot come in and just look at ballots and look at what people voted for. Like, no, you can't fucking do that. And that's obviously the correct case, right? I mean, sorry, it's obviously the correct solution to this problem is like, no, get the fuck out. And it was right to bar them from entry. It was right to block the windows. It was right to eventually have the cops come in and remove them. That was the correct thing to do. But because this video went viral with this caption and other similar captions, people kept saying, oh my God, they've kicked out the Republican poll watchers, which never happened. Never fucking happened, dude. I, the biased voter, should look over the results. Okay, that's enough for this. Real quick here. $2 from Kevin. What do you think of the states' rights or independence? I mean, it depends what you mean, right? Because, like, states' rights in the American context tends to mean slavery, not good. But if we're going to divorce it from that context and just say, the rights of states to self-govern in a union like the United States, I mean, generally a good idea. America was based on this sort of decentralized federal structure for a reason. It's because you do need a strong federal government to do certain things, most notably defense, but you also do want strong regional governments because people who live in very different places have very different needs, very different desires, even different cultures, and so having regional governments is also pretty important as well. So, as for independence, frankly, is just a power game, right? Like, if you can revolt from your country and establish a new nation, and then your forces can hold off the enemy forces, then you've won and you have your independence, right? John Locke's right of revolution is based entirely on whether or not you can actually win. It is somewhat divorced from morality because if you revolt against the state and lose, you'll be crushed for breaking the law. If you revolt against the state and win, you're now the government, and you can now set your own law, right? So regardless of whether or not your revolt is justified or moral, it comes down to a power conversation, basically. Anyway, though, regarding this topic, because we've now gone off on 3 different tangents, all right? Paper straws have chemicals in them that are toxic, it turns out. Early this year, the toxins from the straws were found in orcas off the coast of British Columbia. In April 2020, the city of Vancouver banned all plastic straws, resulting in many businesses switching to paper ones. Provincial and federal governments are coming in with similar regulations. However, the federal government in Canada is now researching the issue. Should the final state of PFAS, or PFAS's, report confirm that the class of PFAS is harmful to human health and or the environment, the government will take risk management action with the objective of reducing environmental and human exposure. Dude, listen, I understand wanting to save the environment. Noble goal, I get it. You could do a paper cup, paper lid, plastic straw, rather than plastic cup, plastic lid, paper straw. You use less plastic, no one's fucking annoyed by your soggy ass straws, and there's no chemicals. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? So the city of Vancouver said that businesses must have straws on hand for accessibility purposes. Oh, this is an accessibility thing. but recommend people minimize their use. Through education, the city encourages businesses to provide reusable straws. Wait, if a business provides reusable straws, aren't the people just going to take them and walk out? Okay, dude. Okay. The public should skip all single-use straws, including single-use paper straws, unless they need one. Maybe this is like if you're sitting down at a restaurant and a drink has a straw, use a reusable straw. If you're sitting down at a restaurant, or if you're buying a drink, you just can't get a straw anymore, like, or you bring your own straw. Like, I don't fucking know, dude. So, Susanna Carson, the owner of a Vancouver-based compostable packaging business, says she's warned government officials for years about the dangers of paper products. I am completely frustrated with the way the government has rolled out the regulations. Fair enough. Yep. Many of her products fall under the new government bans, including a corn-based bioplastic straw that is safer than paper. Oh. Did she make a straw that is like plastic-ish but still degrades? That's pretty cool. Also, I just fucking hate paper straws. I fucking hate them. Let's continue on. New York City politician says that law allowing a rape suit against him is unconstitutional, despite voting for the legislation. That's ridiculous. Hey guys, I gotta piss real quick. We'll be back in like 30 seconds. See? Didn't need music for that one. That was real quick. Wii Shop music. God damn it. Okay. So let's see what the story is about this guy. New York State Senator Kevin Parker has accused of raping a woman in her apartment back in 2004. Okay. A Brooklyn state senator claims the law allowing a rape lawsuit against him to move forward was unconstitutional, even though he actually voted for the legislation and then bragged about it. In court records filed this month, notoriously hot-headed politician Kevin Parker formally denied the rape allegations against him. But he also went a step further, asserting that the Adult Survivors Act, which allowed the related lawsuit against him to proceed, was unconstitutional. The now expired act permitted alleged victims to file civil lawsuits against their accused attackers within a certain window, even if the state's statute of limitations had run out on their claims. Well, you're a retard then, obviously. Parker was accused of the 2004 alleged attack in November 2023 in a claim that made it just under the wire. The state senator, along with every other member of the state senate, had voted for the legislation back in 2021. Parker even touted his support of the law in a statement in which he denied the rape charges against him shortly after they were levied in November. I voted in favor of the Adult Survivors Act to ensure all New Yorkers can seek justice and be heard. The allegations against me are absolutely untrue. My work in advocacy will continue. So, a woman named Olga Jean-Baptiste says she was working with Parker on relief efforts for Haiti back in 2004 when he grabbed her by the wrists and forcibly raped her at her home. Well, There you go. Yeah, I heard they passed this law to go after Trump. And I guess it's now backfired on you. Good job. Neither Parker's Senate representative nor his lawyer returned post requests for comment about his latest legal filing in the case. This isn't Parker's first run-in with the law. In 2005, he got slapped with misdemeanor assault charges after slugging a traffic cop who wrote him a ticket. What a fucking moron. A few years later, Parker lashed out at a Post photographer and smashed his camera as the Shutterbug was snapping pics of the politician outside his Flatbush home. Parker was found guilty on misdemeanor criminal mischief charges and forced to attend anger management classes. Okay. Nothing in the article about Trump. But I have heard in other locations this bill was crafted specifically to target Trump. Maybe true. It's believable. But nothing in here. Nothing in here. $5 from Kevin PH. Thank you. I actually meant by states being more independent from the federal government. Okay, so you mean like the state having jurisdiction over more things than it currently does? The state government versus the federal government? I'm not ideologically swayed one way or another. Like, if it is better for the federal government to have jurisdiction over a certain topic, fine. If it's better for a state government, or in Canada's case, a provincial government, to have, like, a local government to have jurisdiction over a topic, that's fine too. This isn't something that I'm like really, really hard and fast, like, stuck on. You know what I mean? I guess it's just like whatever works better. You know what I mean? That's how I view it. That is an ugly tie, Sparkles. Shit, dude, that is a fucking ugly tie. Not this one. That's a regular tie. Yeah, right here. What the fuck is that? It looks like the background to Obama's like portrait, doesn't it? Hold on. Yeah, so like every president has this very like regal looking official portrait. Well, regal means like royalty, but like, you know what I mean? Like distinguished presidential portrait, with the exception of John F. Kennedy, because he died. So his is not quite the same thing. But Obama's is this. He's just sitting in a bush. Like, why, Obama? You ever seen this before? Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, is it here? Okay. Just give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Okay. Nope. Yeah, so there is an official portrait for each president, right? And they all hang somewhere in DC. And it's basically used to officially represent their era of politics, right? So like there's a very famous one, like this is the Washington portrait. We've all seen this before. Very famous portrait, right? This is Roosevelt's portrait. All right. And you can see like, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe. And I'm sure you recognize a bunch of these, right? They all kind of look familiar. The issue is that you get to, like, they're all looking very much the same. Usually them like sitting at a desk or maybe some papers in hand, sitting in a chair somewhere, They look very they look very stately, like these are accomplished statesmen. Kennedy's looks like this because of how he died, which makes sense to me. And then like after Kennedy, things shifted a bit, and you started to get more portraits of presidents, like maybe sometimes outside with like Capitol buildings behind them or something. That became a thing for a while. And then, where is it? Yeah, there's Obama's official portrait, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Why? Why is that your official portrait? He completely broke with tradition by doing some weird shit with it. Hold on. What was I think this one was Trump's. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure this isn't a photo. I think this is actually like a painted portrait. It looks very photo-esque though, but I'm pretty sure it's a portrait. This was Trump's. And actually, apparently his is not actually hanging. They took it down. Because of course they did. Yep. Okay. It was in that presidential museum for a while, but it's gone now. Okay. Nixon's is still hanging, yeah. So would you paint Dev like this? Replace with his mugshot? Oh my god. Anyway, it's one of those things that has just kind of become informally traditional. So the fact that Obama's is kind of weird and Trump's isn't hanging at all, just even regardless of how you feel about Trump or Obama, just seems kind of strange. You know what I mean? It seems strange. Doesn't seem proper. Even if I don't like Trump, even if I think he's wholly unfit for office and I want him to lose. I want him to lose in the future. It's still inappropriate, in my opinion. Okay. Yet another sidetrack. Down the hatch. An Arkansas woman. Is it Arkansas? Arkansas? Arkansas. An Arkansas woman befriended her mother's killer out of spiritual obligation, and then he murdered her. Wow. Well. Okay. Hold on, someone for $2. Dev, that's on Obama's. It's the White House background one. Okay, I'll have to go look it up. I have not seen the one you're talking about. But thank you for the $2. Maybe I'm just a fucking retard. This happened before. Okay, so. Martha McKay was kind to Travis Lewis, who was convicted and released after he killed her mother and cousin back in 1996. Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Big-hearted, gregarious, and always up for an adventure, Martha McKay surrounded herself with friends. There was something about her that people really loved, her sister said. She left an impression on people. She had that gift. McKay's family and friends were devastated when she was killed on March 25th, 2020, at Snowden House, the historic antebellum-style home on Horseshoe Lake, Arkansas. She bought from her family in 2004, restored and reopened as a luxury bed and breakfast. McKay, 63 years old, was found stabbed and bludgeoned to death at the top of the stairs, near a bag filled with her belongings as well as a utility knife. Authorities were shocked when they pulled the body of her killer out of the lake. He jumped in and drowned during a police chase. It was Travis Lewis who had been convicted at 17 years old for the horrific 1996 murders of her mother and her cousin. So, in 1996, at 17 years old, this guy murders these two people, Sally Snowden McKay and Joseph Lee Baker. He does his time. He gets out. Martha McKay, the daughter of Sally McKay, feels a religious obligation to forgive the murderer of her mother, who then murders her. So, I mentioned maybe at the start of the stream that there's virtue in cutting people off and recognizing when some people are simply just toxic and are bad for you. And there's also virtue in forgiving people and recognizing that people can change, people can come back, and at some point you must forget and move on and allow people to resume their normal lives and not simply persecute them for their entire life. Because if there's no path back for them to be better, they will never actually become better. And you must balance between these two things appropriately, depending on who you are, depending on who they are, other factors, I know this is rich coming from me because some people have said that maybe I'm a bit too forgiving of those who have wronged me. I know, Dragonfat, you and I have had that conversation privately a few times where you said, Dev, I understand your propensity towards giving people second chances, but at some point you need to stand up for yourself and not let people walk all over you. And fair enough. I'm probably bending too far in that regard. So fair enough. But I can see this is an obvious example of going a bit too far in that direction of forgiveness. You know what I mean? Niotsu, $2. Communist brother, why do you look away in shame? No. This guy should never have been given this opportunity. Obviously. Yeah, Dry Bread, actually. You know what, Dry Bread, you're someone I kind of trust to tell what's been happening recently. So maybe at some point, maybe like tonight or something, I'll send you a TLDR of what went down recently. Because I've recently gone through a few things that is making me rethink my overly forgiving stances sometimes. So Lewis pled guilty to the two murders but never confessed, maintaining that another man killed the two. Knowing how forgiving McKay was, family and friends were still shocked when she befriended him after he went to prison. Lewis was sentenced to 28.5 years. So he gets out 28.5 years later. She forgives him. And then she gets murdered by him. Yeah, Miss Sparkles, that's coming to an end. I've hit my breaking point on that. We are going into the Dev fascist arc. I will oppress all of my enemies. I will march over them and utterly destroy them. I will castrate their men, and I will take their women for my own. And I will teach them what it means to be anti-Dev. Okay, I'm fucking around here. I'm fucking around here. We're joking. Okay. Let's see here. A family friend said he didn't think it was a good idea, but she didn't answer me. Her family also warned her to be careful. We said, just stay away from him. He's a bad juju type of thing. But she wouldn't do it. We were contacted every time he came up for parole. None of us would okay it except for her. Oh. McKay felt bad he was so young when the murders took place, 17, and she believed his claim that someone else was responsible. Jesus Christ. When Lewis was finally released on parole in 2018, McKay quietly gave him a job doing work on her property. But before her death, she fired him. Police had heard about a theft at McKay's house before her murder. She sold a chandelier for $10,000 cash, and the money disappeared. She fired him after the money disappeared. Fucking hell, dude. I'm scrolling back up real quick. Okay. They didn't find the money. Okay. This was just a 45-year-old kid. He didn't know, guys. He didn't know. He was only 45. Oh my God. Ridiculous fucking story. I gotta get this done. Guys, this weekly sip has gone on for over 4 hours. I've enjoyed all you guys hanging out with me, but the Archcast starts in like 40 minutes. We gotta get going, don't we? Actually, real quick, you know what I have to do? I expected it to be done like 2 hours ago. I gotta go take dinner out of the fridge. Give me a second. Or out of the freezer. Out of the freezer, I mean. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear the kids playing outside? There's kids playing outside. Okay. Let's continue on. Let's get through these things. Sorry, Tej. Sorry. Rumor. The MCU's Blade movie is facing even more significant changes. What? Another Marvel project is encountering more issues. The upcoming Blade reboot is facing additional challenges, causing delays in its development. 5 years have passed since the Blade reboot was announced, yet there has been little progress. New rumors suggest the production will be delayed once again due to writer issues, disappointing hopeful fans. Some now speculate the reboot might never see the light of day. Recent rumors suggest that the Blade reboot is encountering further difficulties. Industry insider Daniel Richtman revealed that the movie is undergoing yet another major rewrite. With the departure of previously announced writer Michael Green, Marvel Studios is now seeking a new writer to take on the project. Despite the significant setback, the studio still plans to begin filming later this year. However, since Marvel has neither confirmed nor denied this, there remains some hope for the upcoming movie. The recent emergence of this rumor does not seem to surprise fans, given the history of problems and setbacks plaguing the Blade reboot. Rewrites have been a recurring issue, with previous instances before this latest one. Initially announced in 2019, the project lacked a specific date or director. Eventually, Bassam Tariq was brought on board as director, with Stacey Osei-Kuffour tasked with writing the screenplay. However, in 2022, Tariq departed from the project, leading to Yann Demange, stepping in as the new director. In November of the previous year, it was announced that Michael Green, known for his work on Logan, would be the new scriptwriter. With his departure now, Marvel finds itself once again in search of a writer. Complicating matters further, the movie's premise has undergone significant changes with each rewrite. Initially envisioned as a period piece, it shifted to a modern MCU setting. Rumors even suggested a shift towards a woman-led narrative, with Blade's daughter taking on the title while he assumed a secondary role. Recent speculation indicates that Mahershala Ali, the actor portraying Blade, has assumed creative control. As of now, the direction of the story remains unclear. Mention the strikes. Okay, blah, blah, not much else. Okay, it's apparently expected to be released on November 7th, 2025. Who the fuck knows, right? Like, listen. Blade is a simple story. Why has it taken this long to do Blade, guys? It's a simple story, all right? You got he's like a black half vampire, I think, and he fights vampires. Like, here you go. Like, the 1999 movie worked well because you just had like a badass black guy with a cool sword fighting vampires, going into the underworld, taking them out. Like, it was just a basic ass action film, and it worked. Honestly, Katie, I think there's like a trilogy of them, right? Like, the second and third ones are so-so, but the first Blade movie is actually really, really good. It was really good. Is Wesley Snipes still in it? Apparently he was held to work with in Blade Trinity. He was hardly ever on set with other actors. No. This is a reboot, Dry Bread. This is a reboot. So it is definitely not going to be Wesley Snipes. Maybe they're trying to fit vampires into the Marvel universe. Okay. Maybe Panther Ranger, but you can just make a good movie. I wish they just made a good movie. Just make something good. It's easy. It's actually easier than you think. Just stop being retards. Okay. Fire at a building housing 3 conservative organizations is being investigated as arson. Oh my God. Federal and local agencies are investigating a fire that broke out early Sunday morning in an office building in Golden Valley that houses 3 of the state's most prominent conservative organizations. Ashley Sherrill, Public Information Officer for the St. Paul Division of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, did not provide details or indicate who, if anyone, was targeted. But it was an arson investigation. Based on the location of the fires in the building, someone was targeting conservative groups. The fires were obviously set by someone. They targeted conservative organizations. They didn't firebomb the chiropractors or the psychologists or the manufacturers alliance in the building. Only the conservative organizations. We are working with authorities to try and identify the perpetrators. So it happened at 2 a.m. The nonprofits Take Charge, CAE, and Upper Midwest Law Center all rent office space in the building. All 3 organizations advocate for conservative causes across the state, and all of them reported extensive damage. The FBI, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Hennepin County Fire Investigation Team, and the Minnesota State Fire Marshal Division are all investigating the incident. The building has been deemed uninhabitable and will take months to repair. Fucking hell. So Kendrell Qualls, the president of Take Charge, said the incident will neither slow them down nor silence them. Attempts to silence us won't work. We're promoting the bold truth that the crisis in the black community is not due to racism, but to fatherless homes. This act emboldens us to be stronger and louder. It's deeply troubling that we may have been the target of arson, an act of domestic terrorism, because of the work we do on behalf of the people of Minnesota in the upper Midwest. We hope the authorities are bringing responsible justice. Of course, yeah, all the same usual things. Okay, so here's the thing. It's like I said before. Regardless of whether or not you agree with their politics, this is unacceptable. This is just purely unacceptable. All right? Like, if you disagree with the things they're trying to do, then your job is to argue against them. Your job is to protest. Your job is to provide a counter organization where you do different things that are pushing forward your own political ideals and your own agenda. It's not to attack them. This is ridiculous. Like, this needs to be stopped. The people who have done this basically they need to be arrested and locked up. And if you want to use a terrorism charge, sure, fine. But this is ridiculous at this point. It has been for a while. $5 from CJR902. Thanks very much, man. They're going to reimagine Blade by putting a chick in it and making it lame and gay. Hey, listen, all right? A really hot black lady as Blade being a lesbian vampire hunter would be fucking incredible, all right? You cannot get me off that idea. But they're not. She's not going to be a really hot black lady, is she? It's not going to fucking happen, is it? Here is the thumbnail for today. We finally got there after 4.5 hours. Wow. Boston Democratic mayor says criminals should not be prosecuted for theft, and the gang registry should be abolished. Tidge, I went lesbian because she has to be LGBT. So, lesbian works. So, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu advocates a soft-on-crime agenda by pushing to abolish the gang registry and arguing that criminal behavior, such as theft, should not be prosecuted. Prior to being elected mayor, Wu filled out the 2021 Boston Mayoral Candidate Questionnaire from Progressive Massachusetts, a 501c4 nonprofit organization that tracks and ranks how progressive elected officials are. According to its website, the group intends to transform Massachusetts into a bold laboratory for progressive state initiatives. Well, that's probably bad. In the document, Wu outlined her most progressive commitments, including her support for non-citizens voting in Boston's elections. Fucking ridiculous, by the way. The mayor was asked, "Do you support shuttering the Boston police gang database?" She answered, "Yes." Fucking ridiculous, by the way. Then Wu was asked whether she supported a do not prosecute list enacted by the former Suffolk County District Attorney, Rachel Rollins. DA Rollins enacted the policy memo by identifying more than a dozen charges she said should be declined for prosecution. These crimes include shoplifting, larceny, disorderly conduct, receiving stolen property, driving with a suspended license, breaking and entering with property damage, wanton and malicious destruction of property, threats, minor in possession of alcohol, marijuana possession, possession with intent to distribute, non-marijuana drug possession. The DA who implemented this was later brought into the Biden administration before resigning after an ethics probe found that Rollins committed egregious ethical violations and abuse of power. So, do you support the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office do not prosecute list an expanded approach to dealing with low-level offenses? Yes or no? Progressive Massachusetts asked her. She said, yes. Fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, super ridiculous. Wu also promised to advocate for reallocating some of the police's budget towards other city priorities as mayor. The mayor says she believes law enforcement should be demilitarized. Wu said the police should not have the ability to use tear gas, rubber bullets, or attack dogs. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. The Progressive Massachusetts questionnaire then asked, do you believe that affiliation or sympathies with white supremacist organizations among officers is a problem with the BPD? Yes or no? If so, what measures would you take as mayor to combat the issue? Wu responded, yes. I have advocated for terminating any Boston Police Department employees who were involved with the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Hold on, wait. That's not what they asked. Hold on, like here. I don't even necessarily disagree with terminating police officers who were involved with the January 6th Capitol insurrection. It was a riot, but whatever. Fine. Like, I don't even disagree. You probably should fire those people. They probably shouldn't be police officers. But like, no, they asked about white supremacist organizations among officers. not who went to the January 6th riot. Like, you didn't answer the question. I mean, it was a bad answer anyway. Well, no, never mind. This is a good answer. But like, okay, it was the feds rioting. Stop being retarded. Like, come on. No fucking shot. Every single person at that place was like a fed. Don't believe it? Nope. Okay. She wanted to publicize personnel files of the public relating to use of force, with opponents can say potentially put officers in danger. We must ensure that contract language enables the sharing of data with the public on officers' use of force and misconduct, and allows disciplinary records to be made publicly accessible in accordance with privacy laws. I gotta think about this a little bit, because maybe, like, if an officer has like disciplinary actions against him because he's gone like too far, that should probably be publicly accessible. That makes sense. But use of force and misconduct are two different things, because you can use force legitimately and properly, obviously. You know what I mean? Zattact says, there is a way for you to say it was the feds who were being violent, and most of the people are not feds. These are not mutually exclusive. Here's the thing. I don't believe in that, though. I don't think it was only, if there were feds there, it was not only the feds being violent. There were legitimate rioters there who were also being violent. So no, it wasn't just like, oh, most people there weren't feds, but only the feds rioted. No. Absolutely not. Her views on police notwithstanding, in the past, critics have said that she used Nixonian tactics after her administration admitted to creating a list of her most vocal critics and providing it to local authorities. Holy fuck, dude! Like that's insane. Like this is ridiculous. This is like, okay, demilitarize the police, except when I want them to crack down on my enemies. It's time to get this bitch out of office. She's not fit to sit. Yep, the report raised concerns about whether Wu and her administration are attempting to silence or intimidate her critics, many of whom protested outside of her home. Okay, what is this brain rot, Sinuev? Okay, Sinuev says, Dev, the feds used to sell crack cocaine to American inner cities in order to help fund South American cartel wars. But starting a riot on January 6th to stop Trump is beyond the pale? How many wrong things are in that fucking statement? Here, I don't want to fucking spend too much time on this. Listen. When did I ever support the idea that the American government should sell crack to inner cities? When did I ever say that? Like what are you fucking pinning on me here? Like that, you're retarded. You're fucking retarded. Jesus. Listen, when you say is beyond the pale, what you're saying there is that I disapprove of the second thing, which is the riot. But you're comparing it to the first thing. The implication being that I approve of the first thing, which is worse, and the second, and I disapprove of the second thing, which is not so bad in comparison. Why use the words is beyond the pale? Okay, let's continue on. He didn't say you approved it. He said they did it. Oh my God. That is part of the is beyond the pale. Because you're asking me if I think it's beyond the pale. That's why you word it that way. Oh my God. Either you don't know how to English or you're actually just lying. And I don't have time to figure out which. Okay, let's continue on. All right. In December, the Democratic mayor came under fire for sending out invitations for a holiday party intended for only non-white city council members. So she's a fucking racist. Honorable members, on behalf of Mayor Michelle Wu, I cordially invite you and a guest to the Electeds of Color. Electeds of Color holiday party. Electeds of Color. 15 minutes after the email was sent out, Wu's aide, Denise Dos Santos, apologized and clarified that the invitation was only meant for minority city councilors. However, she did not apologize for planning a party that excluded white people. I wanted to apologize for my previous email regarding a holiday party for tomorrow. I did send that to everyone by accident, and I apologize if my email may have offended or came across as so. Sorry for any confusion this may have caused. So, apparently the Massachusetts Attorney General decided not to investigate the Boston mayor's Electeds of Color holiday party after discrimination complaints were filed. Wow. White's not allowed sign. What do you plan on doing about it? What do I plan on doing about it? I'm not in fucking Boston. Like, what the fuck? Can whites collectively act to defend their interests, or does that offend your sensibilities? If you must do so, then you must do so. But it should not be necessary. But if you have to, you have to. Right? Like here, I laid it out like this like a few months ago, okay? It was like, okay, if you're in a situation where you're a white guy walking down the street and there's a crowd of black people, right? And they're all like BLM activists and rioting. And they're screaming, "There's a white guy, kill him." And they all charge you, right? And you're like, "Oh shit." And then you look over and there's like another white guy who you don't know. And he's like, "Oh shit." In that moment, even though you don't know anything about this other guy, he is going to be your brother because that's how you survive the situation, because shit is going down, right? So you might need to like temporarily have a racial perspective because the necessity of the situation has forced it on you. But absent of that necessity, you shouldn't have a racial perspective. No, you should not. And I say that for white people, and I say that for black people, and any other race. That's how I view it. So yeah. This Mayor Michelle Wu seems like a completely ridiculous, corrupt, terrible human being. Even in much milder scenarios, you have a racial perspective. No. I'm not going to arbitrarily privilege white people in my personal life over non-white people, all other things being equal. Not how I roll. I don't care. Starhawks, $5. Dev, I don't agree with him, but he's saying because the government did the first thing, it's not beyond the pale for it to do the second. Okay. Fair enough. But one, I don't buy that the government really did the first thing. I think that's just some kind of weird cope. And secondly, there's also not much evidence to show that they even did the second thing. And thirdly, I don't think you can pin the entire riot that happened on January 6th on the feds. Like if they were here, how about this, guys? How about this? Every single people, beyond the pale is not the right phrase. Every single person who was at January 6th, all right? All the same people are there. Just take the feds out, okay? Do you think there would still be a riot? Do you think that the average people would still, break into the Capitol and like bust down doors and bust down windows? Do you think you'd still see that dramatic stream of like baked Alaska in Nancy Pelosi's office, like calling up a pizza, like ordering a pizza on her phone? The answer to that is yes, you would. I don't think you can blame the feds for this. And even then, even if the feds did like rile things up, and that would be very bad if they did, it's still ultimately the responsibility of the people who rioted, right? You don't get a free pass because someone riled you up and then you went and did something fucking stupid. Okay, hold on. I'm at 345. Tenth letter, DM me that clip. Send it to me on Twitter. Send it to me on Discord. Send it over. I'm at 345. I gotta see what's going on with Arch. Because I think the Archcast is going to get going in like 15 minutes or so. Oh my god! Arch has more viewers than me and he's not even live. To be fair, I think Arch's Archcast channel has basically become more of a live stream channel than a video channel. Let me see here real quick. His videos tend to have a little bit less viewers, maybe like 20%, 25% less views than my videos. But his streams tend to have like 2 to 4 times the viewers, like live concurrent viewers, than my streams. So it may be the case that Arch's channel is more live focused, at least by the algorithm or by the audience that is subbed, and mine is more video focused. You know what I mean? But still, I'm gonna Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll in Arch's chat. It's good that Arch is doing okay. Yeah, I know it's attacked. I understand. Okay. Arch is more likable? Well, fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. Do we have time for one more article? I can't do all these in the next 12 minutes. But let's continue. Let's do one more. South Korea's government asks people not to eat fried toothpicks. Why? 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 But why? But why? Yeah, fair enough, Indie Prime. Fair enough. A health warning from South Korea's food ministry has urged people not to eat fried toothpicks made of starch in a shape resembling a curly fries, after the practice went viral in social media posts. Video clips showing people consuming the deep-fried starch toothpicks, what the fuck am I even reading, with seasonings such as powdered cheese have racked up thousands of likes and shares on TikTok and Instagram. Their safety as food has not been verified, the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety said in a posting on Wednesday on social media platform formerly known as Twitter. Please do not eat them. Videos of the toothpicks, a sanitary product, being fried in oil and eaten, were going viral, it added. Food coloring is used to impart a green hue to the toothpicks, made from sweet potato or cornstarch, which are seen as being environmentally friendly and biodegradable. Often used in restaurants in South Korea, they can also be used to pick up finger foods. A genre of online videos called mukbang, yeah. It's very crispy, one TikTok user says in a video, while crunching up the fried toothpicks. That's it? Okay. But is there any reason for this? Is there any reason for this? I'm like quickly rereading it. Okay, hold on. Food coloring is used to impart a green hue to the toothpicks, made from sweet potato or cornstarch. Is the food coloring made from sweet potato or cornstarch, or is the toothpick made from sweet potato or cornstarch? Like, are these edible toothpicks? That episode of House where the guy is eating one of a toothpick coming to mind. I think that was like the final episode, wasn't it, Bravino? That was like the finale. The guy had like a piece of toothpick stuck in his neck. So, yeah, okay. If they're edible toothpicks, why are they edible toothpicks? If they're not edible toothpicks, why are you eating them? I don't understand. I don't understand, guys. Taiwan MP tries to run away with a bill to stop it from being passed. In the middle of the chaos, a member of parliament swiftly snatched the bill's documents and made a dramatic dash to prevent it from being passed. Oh my god. You guys see this? Chaos erupted at Taiwan's parliament on Friday after a bitter dispute over a controversial reform bill. In the middle of the chaos, Guoan, a member of the parliament, swiftly snatched the bill and made a dramatic dash to prevent it from being passed. Look at him go, guys! Listen. If you don't like a bill that's going to be passed, just fucking steal it. Just run, baby, just run. Like, can you actually do that? Like, is that possible? Surely they would just go, well, we got another copy of it. Like, we'll keep going. I mean, it's probably not the only copy, but maybe there's like a ceremonial thing where you have to have a specific copy with like a certain seal on it or like a certain process. Like, yeah. So, the incident occurred just days before President-elect Lai Ching-te is set to take office on Monday, having won January's election even though his Democratic Progressive Party doesn't have a majority in the legislature. The Kuomintang, the primary opposition party, has more seats than the DPP, but not enough to control the parliament alone. So they're teaming up with the smaller Taiwan People's Party to push for their common goals. The opposition wants to give parliament more power to check the government's actions, including a controversial plan to punish officials who lie in parliament. That should be on it. That should be obvious, right? Like, why wouldn't you punish someone who lies in parliament? Even before the votes were cast, some lawmakers screamed and shoved each other outside the legislative chamber. Later, the parliament floor saw chaos as lawmakers turned to the speaker's seat, jumped onto the tables, and pinned down colleagues to the floor. I've seen like several riots in like I think it was Japanese parliament and Taiwan's parliament where like they break out into fights and it's like ridiculous. What the fuck? One lawmaker was hospitalized for falling off a platform, injuring his head. The DPP accused the KMT and TPP of trying to push through proposals without proper consultation, calling it an unconstitutional abuse of power. The DPP lawmaker, Wang Meihui, said, why are we opposed? We just want to be able to have discussions, not for there to be only one voice in the country. So someone from the KMT says the DPP does not want the bill to pass because they are used to having all the power. Fair enough. The DPP has been in control of Taiwan for a fair bit in recent history, so I get it. Sent the vid your way. Discord, though. I figured if Forbes has it, it's probably decent. 10th letter. I don't see where you've sent me on Discord. Oh, are you like a new requester? 10th letter? What's your name on Discord? Anyway. I mean, I'm still pinging Arch to figure out what's going on. He still hasn't messaged me. Ruh-roh. But I'll keep reading articles until I hear from him. Huge race-fueled brawl between black and Somalian students breaks out at a Minneapolis high school with parents who got involved. Holy shit. Oh, I guess like by black they mean like African American, like American citizens, and then Somalians are like recent immigrants, I guess. A race-fueled brawl erupted between black and Somali students at a Minneapolis high school, it's claimed, leading to the arrest of at least 2 adults accused of joining in. Okay, so Abriha and Elisa Smith, 22 years old, Latoys Renelle Millen, 41 years old, were arrested but later released without being charged after fights broke out at the St. Louis Park High School in Minnesota. The initial altercation erupted between a group of black and Somali students. It was claimed by Crime Watch Minneapolis. But the situation escalated when parents, after they became aware of the incident, allegedly joined the fight alongside their children. Latoya's daughter, Sanaya Milton, claimed she was punched to the floor and kicked by dozens of students earlier on Thursday because of what she says, in quotes, a personal beef. She denies the claim that the brawl was racially motivated, although the school is continuing to investigate it as such. They're brawling. Damn, there's blood in her eye. Your videos are more informative than Arch's, but Arch is more entertaining in videos and on stream. Well, I'm doing my best, you know? I do my best. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. Sanaya said she had a previous argument with a Somali student months prior. A counselor and school administrator intervened at the time, and Sanaya said she thought the issue was resolved. Where? You know what? I don't have a clear answer on Arch, but I am going to end it just in case it's time to go do the stream. So I'll raid EFAP instead, okay? But real quick. She was alarmed when other students warned her she was going to get jumped. And I got punched. I got punched again from the other side. Then one student grabbed me by the neck. She tossed me. We were on the floor. And it was just kicks and punches. In my head, it felt like I was going on forever. Like I was just scared. Videos circulated on social media platforms showed Shania being thrown to the ground. Okay, yeah. She had a swollen and bruised. What about the adults here? The 41-year-old mother said, all I can think of is getting my daughter. She needs help. She needs somebody. Yeah, they're just like people getting the shit kicked out of them. I guess parents jumped in to save their kids. There's the fight. Damn, dude. Wild. Fucking like brawling in the hallway. Fucking crazy. Okay, it had nothing to do with race, nothing to do with anything. I'm trying to get to my daughter, make sure she's okay. Okay. Fucking hell, man. Crazy. I don't think there's much more to the story, though. Okay. Since I don't know if I'm going to be on the Archcast or not, I probably will be, to be honest, but just in case, I'll go and raid EFAP instead, since they're the other big channel going live right now. And if I'm on the Archcast, I'll see you there, okay? Because that's pretty much it. There's no extra super chats to read, I don't think. No extra nothings. I'll check real quick. Doop doop boop boop doop doop boop doop 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 doop. Okay, no new super chats. Thanks for all the support today, guys. Thank you very much. Go say hi to the EFAPers for me, and I'll see you next time. I know I said I'd do a gaming stream tonight. Probably not. I'm gonna be beat after this and the Archcast. I'm gonna be fucking beat. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow to make it up. Okay. Oh, and I'll see you tomorrow on Metal's channel. So yeah, go say hi to EFAP for me. Okay. Love you guys. See ya.